Hello, everyone. I'm Felicia Rondo, and that's close over there.
Hello, everyone.
And this is what I like to call Bit Silly Reviews. The second we've ever done. The first one was for Sonic 2. And this one is for Sonic Prime, which came out yesterday.
hmm It's our usual timing for reviewing Sonic things.
Yeah, it comes out, we experience it, we sit on it, and then the next day we give you all our curated expert thoughts.
hmm
And
You don't hear any of the thoughts that we start and then don't finish because we get those all out before we start streaming.
thank goodness too.
Yeah.
But like
Mm.
yeah, this is the first new Sonic cartoon we've had since I think Sonic X, which was a while ago. Really, so
Yeah.
like it really
Yeah.
it's been long enough. I think people are ready for a new Sonic cartoon.
hmm
Yeah, so Sonic Boom came out, and it was interesting because when the Sega people were talking about how people were ready for a Sonic cartoon, which was referencing just then, um, they were saying I think people are ready for a new one, while people were still waiting for news on whether Sonic Boom was continuing or not, which kind of
Yeah.
leaves a lot of people high and dry.
I mean, a recent tweet from I believe it was Duncan Rouleau of Man of Action mentioned how this show was actually 5 years in production, which
Yeah,
would put that it started being
after
like,
Forces,
yeah, and seemingly before Boom had finished airing.
which is some really dire timing for people who were invested in Sonic Boom. Um,
Yeah, but also everything about Sonic Boom towards the end, in terms of viewership numbers, was also pretty dire. So
if you really wanted Sonic Boom to succeed, maybe you should have watched it outside of Power websites. But yeah, now we have a new Sonic cartoon, and what a cartoon it is.
yeah,
We watched the first two episodes the midnight it premiered, and then we got some rest and watched the remaining six episodes. Yeah.
um, and yeah, 8 episodes. Which, to be clear, just to give a little background on what the heck's going on with this show and its release.
Yeah.
When they announced it, they said that it was going to have 24 episodes.
Yes.
Um, this first 8 is being called the first season. After we finish recapping and talking about the plot and giving our thoughts on that, I'll explain why that is rather nonsensical. But
Yeah. Mhm.
they are branding this as season 1.
Mhm.
Um, Presumably, we will then get season 2 next year and then season 3 next year, and they will each be 8 episodes long.
Yeah.
Um, but something that was not clear was actually the fact that this would be 8 episodes in length, because
Yeah.
it had been talked about, but the only source I could find anyone pointing to regarding the premiere being 8 episodes long was I think it was an Anime News Network article.
Which is not necessarily Sega or Wildbrain.
Yeah, and the thing is that Anime News Network did not state a source. They didn't give a source anywhere during that article, so it was very unclear to me if that was accurate or not. Especially as we were following most of the official social channels, like everything except for Netflix itself. Um, and so we were pretty tuned in, and even following multiple people who've worked on the show. Um, and as far as I can tell, no official channel was talking about how many episodes would actually be
Like
released.
maybe one writer posted about 8 episodes, but like
Yeah, Justin Peniston, I think, was the only one that we saw who mentioned the 8 episodes. But he is, of course, not a representative of Sega, Wildbrain, Man
or
of Action,
Netflix.
Netflix. You know, he, of course, was in the know, but for whatever reason, the actual official sources seem to be bizarrely opaque about the fact that we would be getting just the first 8 today or
Seemingly to no
yesterday.
end. Like I don't know what they gained from not just outright saying you'll get 8 episodes to start with, and then later we'll make more.
Yeah, because the only time they delivered a number that I could tell in an official press release was when they said there would be 24.
Mm-hmm.
Then they just said the whole of season one would be available on the 15th, and this is what they're calling season one. So yes, it is the entirety of what is branded season one.
Yep, and it is hosted on Netflix exclusively.
Hmm.
I had a bit of a religious moment midnight 2 nights ago. Because, yeah, I'm transgender.
Me too.
And there's kind of been a thing with Netflix and trans people in that it sided very much on Team Turf.
Yeah, multiple times,
Multiple
including
times.
again more recently.
And, like, there was a big employee walkout, and Netflix's official response was some bland, we hear you, but then if you don't want to work for a company that hosts Team Turf stuff, you can leave. That was their big thing to tell people, and that
Yeah.
made it kind of a very emotionally difficult prospect for me to start a Netflix membership to watch the show.
Yeah. Ultimately, I think that the official Netflix stance is basically enlightened centrism.
Yeah, because it also has trans stuff on it, but
Yeah,
like,
and a lot of trans representation that people think is very good and will praise, and it keeps doing that, it hasn't stopped doing that, but it also hosts very proudly incredibly gross anti-trans rhetoric.
yeah, and given the power dynamics at play in the real world, not just on the internet, but in the real world,
Hmm.
where like trans people are not on equal footing with anti-trans people,
Yeah.
when you host the anti-trans people, it has a bigger, more negative impact than the positive impact that's had by the positive trans representation on Netflix. That's how
Hmm.
things work. And yeah, so I just would have liked it if my feelings as a trans person were remotely cared about
Hmm.
by anyone involved in the production who let this kind of end up on Netflix, even though like Paramount Plus is kind of hosting a ton of Sonic stuff. Um, but yeah, yeah. So I'm not happy about that. I'm
And
gonna keep not being happy about that. But yeah.
and to be clear, as everyone knows that we are aware, yes, these business deals, again, the show has been in production for 5 years. These business deals predate the Sonic films themselves, which is, of course, why they're with Netflix, even though they are really sacking up with Paramount, because, of course, no one expected the Sonic film, the first one, to do so good.
Yeah.
Um, that was a surprise for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so we are here where like there's these two new big Sonic media things, and based on what they've talked about in regards to how much merchandising they're going to be doing for Prime, they're definitely intending for this to be a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
That are just like entangled up in a bunch of different companies, and it's all just a bit odd.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, lots of background, but the show itself is here now. 1/3 of it anyway.
Yeah, the
And
first third.
how about we start digging into that?
All right.
Because
Well, to preface how we're going to be reviewing this,
mm-hmm.
um, unlike our comic reviews where we are actually actively like digitally because we get the digital versions, but digitally thumbing through the comics and commenting on like panels and dialogue,
Yeah.
we're basically just going to be going off our memory because this was 7 half-hour episodes and one hour-long episode, TV length, so 20-minute and 40-minute respectively.
Yeah.
All this, there's a lot of cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
More than a animated film's worth of cartoon. So
Yeah. So,
Um, we're not going to be going as nearly blow by blow. We're not going to be necessarily hitting on things, and we might also be misremembering some things slightly. We will try to be accurate, but of course, it was a lot of cartoon.
It was a lot of cartoon,
Um,
and I'd just like to say, like, for any misremembering we may or may not do, we're not gonna misremember how we felt about the show overall. So even if we get some of the details wrong, these are our thoughts about the show. These are our feelings about the show.
yeah. Um, and the show itself has a very particular gimmick to it, which is that it has a kind of multiverse theme, which I'll
Yeah.
discuss the kind of in more detail as we get on.
Mhm.
But basically, in addition to the world we start in, there are three different alternate worlds with their own alternate characters that are versions of the main cast.
Yeah.
And because of how much of a big deal the worlds are in a multiverse themed production,
Hmm.
um, we will be just spending time as we go through the events of this season.
Hmm.
As we get to a new world, we will just kind of stop, talk a moment about what the world is, what its theming is, what the characters are like, because that kind of matters.
Yeah. And yeah, and the first world is of course going to be the base world, like the one we start with,
Yeah,
Green Hill,
yeah.
which is the
So
world.
yeah, each of these four locations is these four universes is each defined by a singular location.
Hmm.
We'll talk more about that when we get to the first of the alternate universes, but yeah.
Hmm.
So Green Hill, or as we might just kind of calling it, the Prime Universe,
Yeah.
because just calling it Green Hill is not clear.
Yeah.
But it is our starting location. It is, of course, the iconic first level of Sonic the Hedgehog,
Hmm.
with its stripy grass and its checkerboard dirt.
Yeah. And
Um,
here we see the friend group that Sonic has known for all these years. There's of course Tails,
mhm,
Knuckles,
yeah.
Amy, and
Hmm.
Rouge,
And big.
and Big. But like when they go into a mission together, they're all this is the five at that in the part.
Yeah.
The Fab
Yeah.
Five.
So the show, I believe, opens on Sonic doing a bit of narration
Yeah.
where he talks about how this is Green Hill and it's a great place and this is where they live and they protect Green Hill from Dr. Eggman trying to take over it. Which, now, in
Hmm.
terms of the premise and setting of this show, as far as I can tell, the general idea is it's basically like the games, don't worry about it. And when I say
Yeah.
don't worry about it, I mean don't worry about the fact that it is very clearly contradictory to the games that everyone lives in Green Hill and Eggman attacks Green Hill over and over, because that doesn't happen in any game ever.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, the so I get it.
Hmm.
Um, it's a 3D, so
Yeah.
it takes a lot of time to model a location and all that, and I mean, we literally end up in an alternate, multiverse situation very quickly, so it wouldn't make sense to spend time trying to model locations other than Green Hill when we're not going to visit them at all.
Yeah.
Um, but the fact that this so opening and like Sonic's narration about everything is so like Green Hill, sir, is where we live and where the status quo it exists. It makes the whole world feel really, really small.
Yeah.
I've been just kind of calling it like a walled garden
Right.
problem,
Yeah.
where it just kind of feels like the whole show and everything in it is just contained in this really small area.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah. It's
it's
the walled garden problem is here in Green Hill, and it continues into the other places that we find in the show.
Yeah, because as we said, each universe is just one location. And you might have thought Magic the Gathering was bad about that.
I mean, I wouldn't. I don't know anything about Magic the Gathering, but yeah.
No. But another thing, right, we should probably mention about this show is that throughout these 8 episodes, there's a lot of flashbacks.
Yeah.
Some of those flashbacks we'll be talking about when we get to them, but a significant amount of the flashbacks seated throughout the 8 episodes are all flashbacks to the events that are occurring right as the show begins.
Yeah. Yeah, it's...
And because it's all sort of pieced out throughout, we're just going to talk about that event. The series of events that led to,
the prism shattering.
Yeah.
The paradox prism.
Yeah, so...
The paradox prism cataclysm. Huh? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we will be talking about the general plot of episode 1, Saturn, after we get through the flashback that is littered throughout the series.
Yeah, so
the day begins near as we have it with Sonic fighting Eggman, and Eggman doing a big taunting at him, while robots distract Knuckles and Amy, who are also around and fighting, and Tails up in his biplane, or is it just a regular plane today?
I think it's a biplane.
I think it's a biplane. Tails up in his biplane, realizes that this is all very suspicious and a trap, and yells that out to Sonic,
who doesn't understand when Tails says it's a trap, and then so Tails says it's a trap, which Sonic doesn't really understand. So Tails says it's a trap.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Sonic doesn't listen.
Yeah. And Eggman, or rather the empty robot that Eggman is projecting his voice through via radio, insults Tails, and then Sonic gets really mad.
Yeah. That hits the wrong button for Sonic, or the right button that Eggman wanted to push.
Yeah, so he does a big ol' homing attack, knocks it down a cliff, and a little doohickey that Eggman hid inside of it makes a big explosion happen at the bottom.
Yeah.
Which Eggman is delighted about because it would have taken him... It makes a very specific, I assume the machine is responsible, a very specific crack that goes up the mountain and then shatters away most of the cliff face of the top of this mountain.
Which I guess makes sense after it's been explained, but
it's cartoon logic even after it's been explained.
I just didn't like it.
It's fairly silly.
It's silly, but it's also tied in with the emotional arcs that the characters are going through, because and that's when it kind of falls apart for me.
It's this weird thing, and it's something else that we will talk about because it's about to come up. But it's this thing that's silly, and it doesn't really need to be here, but it also kind of needs to be here, and because it's how it's just
yeah.
Ultimately, Eggman doesn't need Sonic to blow up the cave. It just would have taken him longer to drill into it.
Yeah, and per the show, as we're going to get into, Sonic doing that leads to Shadow blaming Sonic for the big explosion, and then some strife being sown in with Sonic and Tails.
So, simultaneous to the events we just described, also, when Sonic makes the big explosion happen, Tails is really disappointed and flies away without saying anything.
Yeah.
And
And then
everyone is like, wow, Tails
Tails
is
is never,
really upset.
and he's never upset. Unlike today, when he's upset.
Um, but we should also mention that this is a children's cartoon rated for ages 7 and up,
Yeah, with a
um,
content warning for fear.
which is a weird content warning. Um, and I just want to say also, and we keep having so many things to talk about,
Yeah,
but
it's 8 episodes of a cartoon.
this is a children's cartoon. Um, we are adults,
Yeah.
so naturally our tastes are going to be different than if we were kids watching this. I'm sure we would be eating this up as kids,
Mm-hmm.
because we would have a lot less context. Um,
Yeah.
and to a degree, I get that some of our criticisms might feel a tad unfair, given that we are not the target audience in any way. But also, I am coming at this as an adult, but also thinking about it as looking at it as a cartoon for children. I have a bunch of niece. I have nieces and nephews. I have a lot of small cousins.
Mm-hmm.
I spent a lot of my life over the past 10 years or so um, watching kids shows because there have been children around me. And so like I'm fairly tuned in as being an adult around children to like the kinds of things that I think should be in kids shows, the kinds of things that like um, kids shows can or can't do and don't do.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm gonna try and also talk about it through that lens.
Yeah.
Um, and hey, Freyo and Sat.
Hey Freyo, it's okay. We haven't made a lot of headway into this first episode.
Yes. Um, but Tails, after he departs in upsetness,
Mm-hmm.
come back to that in a moment. We'll circle back to that.
Yeah.
Because at the same time as that's happening, in a different flashback, we
Yeah.
see Shadow the Hedgehog
Mm-hmm. Who
with
is
no explanation given.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Who is smashing rocks.
And he smashes rocks, and then he smashes more rocks, and he keeps breaking these rocks, and eventually, no explanation, one of those rocks has the green Chaos Emerald inside of it.
Yep. Which heck of a thing. Heck of a thing.
And I just want to point out when I'm saying that there's no explanation, there is no explanation given for, because clearly we can tell from context he's smashing the rocks to get the Chaos Emerald.
Mm-hmm.
There is no explanation for how he knows it is in a rock. There is no explanation for why it is in a rock.
Mm-hmm.
And there is no explanation for why Sato is looking for it.
Yeah.
Because after he gets the Chaos Emerald, the explosion happens.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning he wasn't getting it in order to, deal with Sonic or
Mm-hmm.
anything. He was already separately looking for a Chaos Emerald.
Yeah.
And as far as I can tell, this scene is just here to justify him having it for when he does Chaos Control,
But
which is relevant to the plot.
but like Shadow's just done chaos control in things.
Yeah, he has done Chaos Control without the use of an Emerald, very specifically in Shadow the Hedgehog, in Sonic 06.
Yeah.
Potentially in Forces. It's never established if he has an Emerald on him at the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, they for some reason Shadow breaks a lot of rocks in this, so it's weird. He hates rocks.
Apparently.
Yeah.
But then after getting the rock, getting the Chaos Emerald, he faces the big wave of energy that is generated from the attack Sonic makes against Eggman's robots.
Yeah, and
He gets a
there's
flash forward?
there's an odd part, yeah, where as the wave of energy,
Mm-hmm.
which as far as we can tell is just like kinetic energy,
Mm-hmm.
from how the show has described the events,
Yeah.
it washes over Shadow, and then Shadow seems to see into the future
Mm-hmm.
to a moment from the first episode that we'll get to where Sonic is rolling around and around on a ball.
Which of
Makes sense in
course,
context.
yeah, which of course tells Shadow that Sonic ruined everything.
It's not very clear, and to be clear, we haven't seen a lot of Sato in the show in these first 8 episodes, so I assume some of this might be cleared up in season 2, the second third of this cartoon.
Yeah.
But they presented these 8 episodes on their own, so we are criticizing them now as it is what we have been given.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, people might be like, "Oh, you shouldn't criticize this because it's still it's not all out yet." But like, if we were loving it, if we were loving the everything about what we're seeing here and talking about, then there would be no problem. Even no one would say, "Hey, it's not all out yet. Save your praise for later."
Yeah,
Never been said by any fans of anything.
it's only ever criticism that has to wait for the full context, never praise.
Yeah, but so with the energy wave context given, you think we head back to Sonic and Tails?
Yes, because that's chronologically, I believe. Again, this is told through multiple flashbacks across multiple episodes, and I think I have it all together in my head correctly.
Yeah.
In a week, I won't, but I
Yeah.
watched the cartoon yesterday, so I'm still good now.
Yeah, yeah. So Sonic heads over to Tails' workshop, and he's brought comic books, and he says hey to Tails, and Tails is just kind of like, hey Sonic, and like Sonic's like, hey, I got comic books, and Tails isn't really interested, and
Yeah.
it becomes clear to Sonic that Tails really is upset, and
Yeah,
Sonic
Tails is both put out, but also worried about whatever the trap Eggman laid and what it means. And
Yeah.
he's like typing away on a computer while pointedly ignoring Sonic to express his frustration.
And so Sonic has to just go to Tails and just express his sincere apologies. Like and it was actually a pretty neat scene, I think, because Tails is just like, no, it I get it's real, it's okay, really, it's okay.
Yeah.
And then they get to talking about the incident.
Yeah, and there's a little cute bit where Sonic mentions that there was a device in the cockpit where instead of an Eggman in the cockpit, and then Tails is like, "Oh, you didn't just throw it on the scrap heap, did you?"
And so I was like, zooms back in. Here it is.
And it's pretty cute.
It is pretty fun. It's a fun gag.
Yeah. Tails deduces what the device is for without even really examining it, which is
Weird. Yeah. Yeah.
Could we not have written a little technobabble for Tails? My technobabble loving heart would love if Tails could have analyzed it for a little bit and
Get some multimodal reflection sorting.
whatever those words are. Yeah, that sounds
So
good.
Star Trek Next Generation one. That's what I remember from TNG. Data just saying multimodal reflection sorting.
Yeah. But their conversation gets interrupted
by Rouge the Bat.
How did she get in here?
And then she's like, she gives them the scoop on the Paradox Prism. And gotta say, very good opening scene for Rouge. She's just like bouncing around, like emoting and like being herself.
When we cut to her, she has in fact posed herself on the rafter, looking all sexy like. Great. Then she when her wings come out, it's very bouncy and fluffy, and and then she glides down with her legs crossed as she talks about things, and has a nice little spin, and just I love everything about how she's animated, and
Mm-hmm.
She's great.
She is it's a really good scene for Rouge at the very beginning here. And then and she tells him about the Paradox Prism and all the details about it, and then Sonic's
Yeah.
like, yeah, so
There is a part I remember from her explanation that felt bizarre.
yeah?
Yeah, and you might have missed this because it's very very quick. She goes over it, and nobody in the show comments on it. But she's talking about this rare, beautiful gem she's been looking for, and how it is apparently hidden beneath the crust. I think she said of Green Hill.
Huh.
The Paradox Prism is located high in a mountain peak cave.
Yeah, so that doesn't really match up.
And I don't know if it's just that her information is wrong, but it feels weird that since no one comments on it,
Yeah.
and the information that she presents is seemingly not accurate, I just noticed it, and
It's a little weird.
yeah.
But she gives them the skinny on the Paradox Prism, and Sonic's like, yeah, okay, so what I really want to know is how'd you get in here? And Rouge just stares at him blankly and then just says, you left the door open. And they look out at the open garage door, and Sonic's like, oh, yeah.
Suppose we mentioned the garage door opened with a passcode.
Yes, 1992, which fans of the know would know this is the year that Sonic 2 came out, like Tails.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the agenda is set. They are going to investigate this Paradox Prism that Eggman seems to want so bad.
Yeah, they end up, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, and Rouge, all perched atop, I think it might be the Loop-de-Loop,
The single Loop-de-Loop.
which gets brought up a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's just a loop, though.
Mm-hmm.
A loop-de-loop is two loops.
Right, so a loop.
But it's a one loop, but Sonic repeatedly and insistently calls it the loop-de-loop.
It's also, like, suspended high in the air when the loops are usually, like, grounded and, like...
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's a thing that's meant to be, look, it's from the games, and it's one of those things that because we don't get any context for Sonic doing anything with or on the loop-de-loop, just him saying, the loop-de-loop, it's very disconnected from the actual experience of watching the show. It's just, that is important to Sonic somehow. Mm-hmm. Apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they end up perched on top of that, and they are, like, discussing what's going on and everything. And they all decide they're gonna head out and investigate. But Sonic's gotta go.
He's gotta go get some rings. Gonna
like
go
from
grab
the video game.
Gonna go grab some rings. And yeah, so rings. Fans in the know that rings are in video games. So yeah, Sonic goes down and away from the team after they specifically say to stick together.
Amy is not impressed.
Amy is not enthused about this turn of events. So Sonic just heads down and goes to grab some rings.
Yeah, Tails and Amy fly in the cockpit of the plane. Knuckles holds onto a wing and is just flown there. While Rouge flies on her own power, and they all proceed to the mountain where the explosion happened to investigate, as they just Sonic will catch up or be there first or something.
Yeah.
Tails is very confident Sonic won't let them down because he never does.
He never lets us down. Yeah. And what Sonic is doing is getting some rings, and that's about when he runs into Shadow.
Yeah, because while Sonic is grabbing little tiny trails of 5 rings at a time that are randomly placed in Green Hill. You know,
Yeah.
Shadow is, I think, breaking more rocks
Yeah.
as he runs towards Sonic. And God, one of the episodes, is it episode 2 or something? An episode ends on
Episode 1
like,
ends on Shadow doing a punch to Sonic in this time.
okay,
Yeah, that was the big cliffhanger for episode 1.
right, yeah, that's where the
Because it flashes
flashback.
back.
Yeah, there's flashbacks all over.
Cliff hanging on a flashback is kind of a decision. Gotta say.
I mean, having cliffhangers at all in this show that is released all at once to streaming, 8 episodes anyway of it.
Yeah, that is also just kind of, I don't know, but like specifically flashing back with a cliffhanger for a time that we already know resolves itself. it's but yeah, he does it. Shadow opens on a punch.
Yeah, sort of a weird kind of backhand, side hand punch. Um, Sending Sonic flying through the air. And they have a fight that is not really justified.
I didn't enjoy it at any time. It didn't earn itself, and it just felt like it was there for the animators to kind of get their cool Sonic and Shadow fight scene.
Yeah, it feels like it's very much there for the trailer shot because it was indeed used in a trailer.
Yeah.
Um, Something I noticed in the fight is, of course, Sonic is here to get rings, in case Eggman gets a lucky shot in, or whatever he said.
Yeah, that's what he said, yeah.
And, like, Shadow punches him, and rings fall out, and then he lands on the ground, and then more rings fall out, which is not how it works, but...
Yeah.
Sonic just loses a ton of rings, just out of everywhere he loses rings from, as Shadow's beating on him.
Mm-hmm.
And then... eventually, there's no rings coming out because Sonic is out of rings. So, of course, Shadow punches him, and then he turns to the camera, raises his arms to the air, goes boom, boom, and falls into the floor.
But that doesn't happen.
Wait, yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't. In fact, after he has no rings, nothing is different.
Yeah, actually. So the rings don't actually seem to do anything besides make a mess when you get hit in this... in Green Hill, but
they bothered to have rings be a thing. It's even the reason why Sonic wasn't with the others when Shadow confronted him, and he talks about it like the rings will save his life because that's what they do in the video games, I guess. But Sonic runs out of rings in episode 1 and has no rings for the rest of the series, other than in flashbacks. And it never matters. He gets hit, he gets beat, he gets, like, flung into walls. Rings don't come up, and honestly, if rings did come up, it would be super annoying.
Yeah.
So I'm glad they don't, but it's like, it feels really weird that so much...
Oh, Freya writes in chat, Sonic secretly just wants the rings to propose to his friends. Very good. Shadow should have understood.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. So it seems to be a recurring thing with this show in that like there's this silly thing of like getting the rings like in the video games, but it's also tied to a big emotional thing in the show because like Sonic being late is kind of a big sticking point at the beginning here.
Mm-hmm. We open on Sonic coming to the cave, and then everyone very testily turning and yelling, "You're late!"
And in a later scene, when we cut back to Tails and the others, there's still more of them just being like, "He is so late. Is he even going to show up?" And then, and with Tails being like, "I'm sure he'll be here eventually." Oh, he's so late. No. And it's like, and so like it is an emotional beat that Sonic wasn't there with his friends. He didn't stick together with his friends. He did not understand togetherness. He was going to get rings, which are useless. So it'd be one thing if it was just kind of like a silly thing, but like that it's tied to this serious thing
Yeah.
just makes it weaken the narrative beat.
Yeah. As for the fight itself, it's mostly fight and not much dialogue, but in between throwing the first punch and the second punch and the third and the fourth and the fifth, Sato is telling Sonic to listen to him and to not rush off.
Mm-hmm.
But then he fights him more
Yeah,
instead of.
talking.
I don't even know what he's supposed to be talking about because I don't think Sato knows unless he does know something.
Yeah, and like, and it's just sort of like this whole thing of like Sonic, just being hot headed and in over his head and like not listening to people. It'd work a lot better in the script if anyone had anything to say. Because Shadow doesn't really have anything that Sonic isn't listening to. He just has
Yeah.
massive accusations for things that haven't happened yet, and then and then when that doesn't work, Shadow tries more fists, and then complaining that Sonic isn't listening to his fists, and
Yeah.
between this and and the scene of It's a Trap, there's just this problem of like a show that wants to communicate how Sonic is bad at communicating without really wanting to think of what people should be saying that Sonic isn't listening to.
Yeah, and also like we're making a big deal of Sonic being hasty, but in that scene where Tails is trying to tell him there's a trap and everything, Sonic is standing there for like 2 minutes straight.
Yeah, yeah.
He is the least hasty fella.
It was just instructions unclear.
Yeah, because Tails just said that it was a trap without really emphasizing what the trap was.
Yeah, like the trap could have been, oh, I'm a sitting duck. Oh no, I need to make my move now before he gets me. Like,
Yeah, and ultimately, it's just because he really cares about Tails that he ends up even attacking Eggman, which
which is
weakens the
some
point about him being brass and cocky, because it's for Tails that he did it.
it kind of defeats the purpose of like, oh, he's not listening to Tails when like he does the thing out of his love for Tails. It just kind of muddles the moment when it could have just been like him focused on, just getting one over on Eggman.
Hmm.
And like Tails could have been emphasizing like, don't go for it. He's trying to he's baiting you. Lots of things he could have said. And Sonic would have been like, he could have been like, trying to trick me, huh? Well, that don't work because I love. Yeah, Freo says, if I recall correctly, he literally said, you can mess with me, but don't ever mess with my friends. And, that's a line that is usually said by people who are in the right and doing the good thing.
Hmm.
And, like, there's this theme that runs throughout the show of, like, Sonic caring about his friends, but his efforts to express that care end up sort of alienating his friends in sometimes. And
Hmm.
like that's something, but like it just the show isn't deep enough to work with that.
Yeah, and like it's just a bit because like the things Sonic gets accused of don't necessarily line up with his actions immediately, and like yeah.
It just makes for kind of an unpleasant experience because like Sonic is the lead excuse me. Sonic's the lead character. Sonic's the character we're supposed to be relating to the most as he's the fish out of water in all these new places, and Sonic is being given a lot of shit that he didn't necessarily earn all of.
Hmm.
And it just makes for just kind of a difficult sit through.
Yeah. Also, some of it's just not very clear to me, and I think there's some writing and directorial stuff that is just muddled because there were several times, and I'll talk about them as we get to them, that I was confused about. But
Mm-hmm.
ultimately, Sonic tricks Sato by saying Eggman is behind him, and then
Mm-hmm.
when Sato falls for it, hitting him into some rock.
Which is the
Uh,
worst thing he could have done because Shadow hates rocks.
yeah, and then Sonic runs off and grabs a couple more rings so that when he gets hit by, I think it was a caterpillar or something, in the fight later, he can have some rings to lose.
Yeah, which again don't matter. But then
Yeah,
he runs into.
there's no tangible difference to being for Sonic being hit with or without rings.
So don't put it into your script. But yeah, he runs into Big and Froggy, and he spins him around because of how fast he was. So he goes back. He's like, "Hey, sorry, Big. Sorry, Froggy." And Big just waves off and says, "No problem, Sonic."
Yeah, it's a cute scene, and that's why it was, I think, the first,
It was
second clip?
it was like the first or second clip. Yeah, right. Because the first clip
Yeah,
was like, "I'm good, jealous."
I'm good and powerful too. Jealous, and it turns out that was during the Sato fight.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
or like right before the fight properly begins.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, Sonic races up the mountain,
Mm-hmm.
arrives on the scene.
Freya writes, I really appreciate Big and Sonic Prime. It's definitely cool that Big is here. And they did some things with his design here that
Yeah,
make for more expressiveness. And also, the voice actor does a really good job. It's the same voice actor as Shadow in the show.
yeah, Ian Hanlon, and we have various Big the Cat related thoughts that we will get to.
We will get to them, all of them.
Yeah. Um,
But yeah, I think I mentioned it as an aside, but yeah, Tails and the others are scaling up the mountain, wondering where the hell Sonic is, and eventually they
yeah,
make it to the top. And by the time Sonic gets there, they're already inside, and Sonic's like, "Hey, y'all, I made it!" And then they all yell, "You're late!"
mm-hmm.
And then after making his presence known to Eggman, some fighting breaks out,
Yeah,
and Sonic goes to. We're at the beginning of the episode now,
yeah,
and Sonic goes to each of his friends to sort of catch up with them, and they're all upset that he was late.
mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah,
Yeah.
so
It's a fairly inconsequential fight for the most part. They're just fighting some like, you know, Sonic One robots, basically.
and I'll say this for the show. I'll say this for the show, Sonic Prime. It seems to have any budget toward fighting, which
Mm-hmm.
which puts it heads and shoulders above Sonic Boom, which always seems very put out when there's a fight scene and when there's a scene of Sonic going fast. It always seemed like it was like, why do I have to do this? I don't like doing it. I just
Yeah.
want to have Sonic watch Family Guy all day. You know, it just was very put out by the basic things that a Sonic thing does.
Yeah. I mean, since we are talking about fight scenes and all, I should mention, the animation's real good.
The animation is
Um,
solid. It's got good production value.
yeah. I was guessing about Ruse and her scene earlier, but
Yeah.
the animation overall is good. It's very bouncy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of like classical, squash and stretch from traditional 2D animation going on,
Mm-hmm.
which I appreciate particularly because that is harder with 3D.
Yeah. Hard
It
work.
takes a lot of effort, and so like just you know,
And I certainly don't appreciate when people act very entitled about it and
hmm
upset at 3D animators for not putting it in everything when
yeah,
it
this is clearly a labor of just a lot of hard, intense work to get it all right. It's very good creative work to like, for the people who envisioned this all, and it's very hard, just manual labor for
Mm-hmm.
the people who had to animate it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So just I was very impressed on the visuals from all the people who went into um, you know putting that together.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the fight scene ultimately comes to an end when Eggman had his like grounders trying
Dig
to
out the
drill out the
paradox
paradox
prism,
prism.
but they kept getting zapped when they would try to drill it.
Yeah,
So Eggman says, if you want something done right, do it yourself. And so he gets his Big Mac and he starts making his way to the paradox prism and grabs it with his big hand
and he starts
and
just yanking it out.
is yanking it, which is not good.
Hmm.
And then
Um, I believe Tails mentions that they should be careful.
like they don't know what it's capable of. And then
Yeah.
someone else mentions after that, as Sonic's racing forward, that it'll be terrible if Eggman gets that. So Sonic's like, okay, no matter what, get it away from Eggman. So Sonic goes faster and faster toward it, and his friends start to realize what's happening, and they just tell him like, Sonic, wait, no, Sonic, Sonic, and in one moment, like Shadow also makes it there as he sees the very end of this.
Yeah. He eventually we get flashbacks that Shadow arrived at the cliff face, where Sonic appeared as well, but no one noticed except for Sonic. But Sonic didn't remember because he had a bit of temporary amnesia after what he's about to do.
Yeah.
Um, and Sonic like got into a ball form
Mm-hmm.
and homing attack, spin dash attacked right at the crystal end.
And
There are many versions of this moment that we see, and I just
yeah.
want to kind of go through them.
Mm-hmm.
The first time he is going at it in ball form, all his friends reach out and say, "Sonic, no!"
Mm-hmm.
And then we don't see him hit the prism,
Yeah.
even though it is literally the only thing that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, the first version of this scene at the beginning of the first episode doesn't have hit the part where he hits the prism, and instead just cuts to his friends being pushed back from the explosion of the prism happening.
Yeah.
But the way it actually goes down is he crashes right into it, and then that happens,
Yeah.
which is the second version we see later.
Mm-hmm.
And then the whole universe collapses into darkness. And then the
Yeah.
third version is all of that happens, but then Shadow jumps forward with a chaos control. And in the very moment that the prism shatters, he is teleporting away with chaos control. So he is in the middle of teleporting when the universe stops existing. So presumably, when he teleports back in, that's why he is in the void between dimensions.
He was using his iframes.
Yeah, getting out of the way of those off ways by changing Pokemon.
Yeah. But yeah, then what happens next is Sonic drifts through a void with various giant ghosts of his friends talking.
Oh right,
Yeah. They
yeah.
say various things that are supposed to give us an impression of the friendship that Sonic has with them.
Yeah. So when we see this, for clarity, the only thing we've seen of the characters is Sonic briefly talking about how he has friends, and then the fight scene. Because all of the rest of what we've been talking about were in flashbacks.
Yeah.
So we're back to now just the first episode and how it goes.
Yeah. And it has various things like Tails being like, "Oh, you're my best friend, and you would never let me down, like being late or something." And then Amy
And
saying like, "Oh, I can bring everyone together, but they'll only follow one leader into battle."
yeah, and Tails says something about like how he doesn't need an army.
I don't need an army
He
when you have
only
you, 'Cause I think about armies, apparently.
I mean, we have no context for any of these lines
Yeah.
because there are no scenes in the show associated with these, at least so far.
I can't
I don't.
remember a line that Knuckles. I can't remember whatever Knuckles says during this, so I just assume he says, like, fuck you, Sonic.
I just remember being bored of it because I don't like how he sounds.
And then Rouge. If I could just cover this real
Yeah,
quick.
yeah.
We get to Rouge's line in this dream state where she's like, "You may not agree with my methods, but I get things done," or something. But like, so this is very Batman and Catwoman.
I mean, as we all know,
that
Sonic is the Batman of
Rouge is
Sonic,
Catwoman.
and Rouge is his Catwoman. And when C left him at the altar,
Oh,
tragic.
yeah, yeah. But like, it's just. And nowhere in this show is there a point where we reference Rouge having methods that Sonic disapproves of. And in fact, this doesn't feel like a Sonic who would be a scold to Rouge, really. Like, he's a very rulesless boy himself, so, like, I can't see her just doing something really out there and him not being like, "Yeah, cool, chili dogs," about it.
Yeah, it's a line.
If we had a more mature Sonic, like the one that Sega of Japan does, that'd be one thing. Or Evan Sally, she also does a chill Sonic. I remember she reblogged a post one time about all the time Sonic fucking chills and relaxes and sleeps. And it's like, look, see, Sonic isn't always a fast-talking, speedy guy who can't stand still.
Yeah, regular Sonic in the games is actually pretty relaxed.
But, yeah. Next thing we know...
The Sonic Prime version of Sonic is, definitely, it feels in the vein of the geek cartoon interpretation rather than the later on in games interpretation.
Which, of course, was made when we didn't have the later game interpretation.
Yeah, when there was basically no story for Sonic at all.
Yeah, and Devin Mack definitely has the chops to pull off Geek Sonic. It's just the script doesn't really handle it the best to me.
Yeah, it's not quite Sat AM.
It's definitely not Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, where Sonic is the responsible role model for Tails.
Yeah.
Who also gets in makeup and makes out with guys.
What a Sonic.
What a Sonic. But like, next thing we know, Sonic finds himself in a fucking fascist takeover city.
Yeah, he specifically Terminator teleports in.
Yeah.
Just squatting on the ground, and then a big sphere appears, and then he's in it, and he's here.
Yeah.
And again, we must break from so soon. We must break from the events of the episode to explain what's going on, rather than trying to tell you how the show gradually and slowly explains it.
Yeah, so, in the earliest chronological scene we see of the show, we see Rouge in Green Hill, hanging upside down from a palm tree, sleeping.
I meant just, starting from an overall, So, this particular universe, this reality, is referred to as New York City.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we eventually later get a flashback between Knuckles and Rouge that explains what it is.
Yeah, because it is, this is a world without Sonic, as we'll see in the other worlds. And what that means is...
It's keenly felt here and nowhere else. So we're going to be talking about it.
For sure. Yeah, because what we later find out is the Chaos Council They begin hostilely taking over Green Hill, and Rouge and Knuckles, who are the only ones here in the before times that we see,
Yeah, aside
they,
from some generic
yeah,
animal folk.
yeah, woodland folk. Um, they, they can't face all of these odds. So Rouge is flying over the area. She finds Knuckles, and
He's fighting off the robot,
but
the
clearly
egg
being
forcers.
overwhelmed. So
Mhm.
Rouge gives him a lift, and in the show, in this flashback, after Rouge lifts him up and they're like flying over the city, there's this
Or,
effect
or
because
rather, they're flying over Green Hill
Green
as it is
Hill,
being bulldozed.
yeah, what we just end up seeing is just the hills being replaced with the smog in the
And the
buildings and the
buildings, yeah.
architecture and concrete of
Like we zoom into different locations, and with a clang sound effect, the beautiful pastoral Green Hill is replaced with this terrible city. As we sort of just quickly flash transition from what it just was
mhm.
into what it will become.
Yeah.
And it's a very confused metaphor, because then after that we cut back to Ruse and Knuckles still flying, still
Yeah.
exactly as they just were,
And they're just like, wow, that sure happened quickly.
and just commenting on it all as if this was a contiguous day they had where they flew up into the air, and then a bunch of bang noises happened, and then it was New York City instead of Green Hill.
It's a little, it's one of those times where like the silly parts of the show kind of undercut the emotional resonance of the script.
I'm not even sure this is meant to be a silly part.
It just
I
comes off silly to me.
Yeah, because it's just a bit odd.
Yeah.
But the general the general crux of New York City as like an alternate reality is, as we said, it is a world without Sonic, and it is a world where not quite Eggman, but an Eggman-like villain was able to just literally bulldoze over nature and take over and basically unopposed start ruling everything.
Yeah.
Um, and now that we're here in New York, I think we should just sort of talk over the characters of New York City.
Yeah. I mean, actually, do you want to just talk about? Well, I guess we'll get it to 9. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how about we just talk about 9 here since we're talking about the characters?
Yeah.
So,
So the first alternate one we do meet,
besides
properly anyway.
besides Big, yeah.
Yeah, we never properly meet Big here.
Yeah.
Don't even know his name.
We do know his citizen number is 1998, which is, fans in the know that Sonic Adventure came out in 1998. Anyway.
That was big game.
Yeah.
Game for Big.
Yeah.
So 9 is this universe's version of Tails.
A Tails without a Sonic.
Yeah, which is very explicitly written out, because when Sonic and 9 meet, and again, there's a lot of cartoon, we're not going to be going over every event play by play like
Yeah.
we did the flashback part. It's just that was a part anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
When Sonic sees 9, he like follows him into like a subway tunnel, and then uses the same code that he opened the Tails' garage with, and
Yeah.
gets in, and he's like, "Oh yeah, it's my buddy Tails." And what he finds is that this is not quite Tails as Sonic knows him.
Certainly not. And when he calls him Tails, 9 corrects him.
Yeah, he is very upset at being called Tails, presumably because that's not a name he gets called, and so he is probably assuming that it is mockery
Yeah.
of his two tails.
Yeah.
Um, and in fact, he has two regular tails and then seven mechanical ones.
Yeah.
Uh, uh,
Which which makes 9 tails.
mm-hmm.
Which of course means his name is Nine.
Mm-hmm. There is a bit of a silly, bit of a fun. I'm conflicted on how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Part
Yeah.
where, of course, Sonic is an intruder and a stranger, so Nine starts attacking him, very Doctor Octopus-like with
Yeah.
his seven robo-tails.
Mm-hmm.
And he declares that his name is Nine, and then a little bit after, Sonic's like, "How many tails do you have?" And he yells, "9!" And like, really, Sonic has been able to pick up on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, um, I just can't help but think about Ashley Bell. Just
Ball, actually.
Ball. Pardon me, Ashley
Yeah.
Ball. Just like being in the recording booth, having to record just 9 over and over to get the right line read.
Uh,
Numbers
yeah.
fake to her now.
The fight between them does eventually break out onto the train area and onto the trains,
Yeah.
which eventually leads to Nine hanging off of one train as it approaches the other that's coming on the other track.
Really the worst timing, but at that point Sonic saves 9
Mm-hmm.
and which surprises 9.
Yeah, and Sonic, through all of this, because he doesn't know what's going on, has been insisting that they're friends.
Which is just kind of uncomfortable for me. Just the insistent. No, we're friends. You and me, we're friends. We're amigos. I'm gonna keep saying friends and how we're friends. And it's like, can you please get a single hint?
Yeah, but eventually, after things cool down and they have time to talk, Sonic decides to appeal to Tails' memories.
Mm-hmm.
And he describes Tails' backstory, wherein he gets picked on by some asshole bullies because he has two tails,
Yeah.
and then Sonic, stops them, and then the rest is history. Tails follows Sonic, and they are the best friends.
But in this timeline,
And so that's all told in a sort of like retro video gamey flashback where it's like the sprite like
yeah,
in the game.
yeah,
But then Nine is not sure how Sonic knows about all this, but also says that that's not how it went and that Sonic wasn't there.
mm-hmm.
And in Nine's flashback, it is in New York City. He is wearing a t-shirt now because he is 9 now.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes along. The bullies pick on him. No one comes to his aid.
And it's like that for every day.
He describes just taking beatings, I believe, was the words he used, every day.
Just for having a physical difference.
Yeah. And so that led to him growing up cold and jaded and trying to live apart from others, and he created his whole like 7 extra mechanical tails to
It's an interesting kind of fuck you to those bullies, because like they pick him just for having 1 extra tail, so he makes 7 more that he can fuck people up with.
Yeah, and now he has a way to fight back, and now he lives in a hidden compartment in a subway line because he doesn't want to be around people.
And it's a way of living without relying on anyone. And this is a kind of a core part of his character, which is just not struggling with trusting people and not feeling any sort of fellowship or community with anyone. Because what the fuck have they done for him? And that's a fair point. But That's 9 status quo set.
Yeah. And I guess we'll get back to more how 9 has been developing.
Mm-hmm.
But there are more characters.
Like, should we do Rusty Rose now or later? I think later.
I was thinking now, but
Okay, yeah.
we can, because Rusty Rose is actually the first one we see. Because we see her looking at the security cameras, like the CCTV cameras, as Sonic first appears and is like being a rowdy sort of fella.
Yeah. And so Rusty Rose, she is this universe's Amy.
Yeah. And she is a cyborg.
She has been enhanced, she says.
Yeah, I believe her words were something like survival requires adaptation.
Something like that.
And Rusty Rose, as she's initially presented to us, is basically a cold, enforcer for the Eggman equivalent fellows that we'll get to. The Chaos Council.
Yeah.
And whenever Sonic refers to her as Amy, she corrects him that she is Rusty Rose.
Yeah, and
she speaks in a very mechanical and stilted manner. Very good voice acting, to be clear.
Honestly, Shannon Chan Kent, who voices all the Amy's in this show, she does great. But we'll talk about voice actors later. I got ahead of myself. Sorry.
Time for that, but yeah.
Next, how about we dig into Renegade Nux and Rebel Rouge?
Well, I did have something I wanted to bring up.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because we will get to how Rusty Rose developed, but in her initial meeting with Sonic, he tries to tell her about how, oh, you're Amy, you're sweet and kind, and you're the kindest and sweetest person I know. And she's like, well, have you considered asking Birdie if I am kind? And she opens up her chest to reveal the pink bird from SA1. The pink bird from SA1, Sonic Adventure 1, is in her chest, powering her.
And the pink bird from SA1, of course, is notable for being Gamma.
Yeah, that's the bird that was powering Gamma.
Notably, not Birdie.
Birdie was the blue bird with the locket that was also the Chaos Emerald, that had the picture of the bird. Anyway.
You just gotta be a Sonic fan to understand. You just to understand all the references this show has. It's very, very cool and very for Sonic fans.
It does bring us to Birdie as a character, and there are 2 alternate versions of Birdie in this, so we'll get to the other one, but I just did want to bring up that for some reason, Birdie, who is the pink bird and not the blue bird, for some reason, well, I guess because they wanted to make Amy Gamma?
I guess?
Amy is Gamma now, for some reason, but anyway. I don't believe there was any indication that, like, Prime Universe Amy is friends with a pink flicky bird that she calls Birdie?
I think she was there in the picnic scene we're gonna get to.
Okay.
Birdie was there.
Okay, so I didn't specifically remember, but okay.
Yeah.
But, like, there's definitely no focus on it.
For sure.
Even though there is focus here and a much larger focus on the other alternate universe Birdie.
Yeah.
And it just feels like a lot is being put into Amy and her relationship with this Flicky, when that's like an aspect that hasn't really come up, and maybe it will when we get more from Rusty Rose in future episodes, but anyway, I just wanted to bring it up that Birdie, for some reason, a lot of focus.
Yeah, lots of focus on Birdie. And there's actually nothing to do with like Amy's whole tarot card thing, which I think could have been mined for like some potential. I think. I don't know.
Yeah, there's definitely like plenty of plenty of traits that aren't being like pulled on for any of this, but
Yeah, but yeah, that's Rusty
yeah.
Rose.
And we'll talk more about Rusty Rose when we get to the events concerning her.
Yeah,
But as we were mentioning before, um, there are versions of Ruse and Knuckles here, and these two are interesting because they both remember when New York City didn't exist and it was Green Hill.
yeah,
Which is interesting because it's actually maybe the first time in years that Tails' age has actually come up as a plot point.
right after we got rid of it.
Because Ruse and Knuckles are old enough to remember before New York City existed.
Yeah,
But Tails, when we go to his flashback and he's the young him, it's New York City.
yeah.
He is too young, seemingly, to remember a time before the council had taken over.
And true to form, that was also the case in Saturday M. Tails was
Yeah.
actually had no memories from before Robotnik took over Mobotropolis and turned it into Robotropolis.
Yeah.
When we go time traveling, we don't see Tails because he wasn't around.
Mm-hmm. And as anyone might be able to tell, it's very easy to make a connection between New York City and
Saturday M.
Robotropolis from SatAM.
Yeah.
It's very similar. It is an Eggman 1 scenario, or Robotnik 1 anyway, in SatAM.
It's very much the New York City setting, the universe of that. It's very SatAM. I love how you put this. It's very SatAM by way of Sonic Forces.
Yeah, that's sort of where I came down on how to most easily describe it in terms of Sonic terms.
Yeah. And you can do a lot worse than that, and it's easily the most substantial universe of all the alternate worlds we see, and so don't be surprised that this is the longest. That this is the one we spend the longest with.
Yeah, New York City is clearly the one that matters, the important one. It has a backstory, it has history, it has characters that have depth, which we'll get to the characters that don't have depth. And yeah, it is the only one so far that's been returned to after being left, but we'll also get to that later.
Yeah, so going back to the general arc of episodes 1 through 3.
We haven't talked about Renegade Ruse,
Yeah, sorry.
Renegade Nux, and Rebel Ruse.
It's Rebel. My first name is Rebel. Sorry, getting ahead of myself again.
So, as I believe we start to see them a bit in episode 1, but I think episode 2 gives us just some time with them together.
Yeah.
And we've gone over how 9 is different from Tails, and how Rusty Rose is different from Amy. So of course you will know, you'll expect that we now will have to go over the differences, and
there's not a lot of difference actually.
it's actually very interesting that Rebel Ruse and Renegade Nux are basically just the regular characters, but in a grim situation. So they are not as hopeful. They've been down on their luck for a while. They are not necessarily as trusting as they would be if they were their main universe counterparts.
But
But it just feels like the regular. I mean, the whole thing about New York City is it feels like it's the regular characters that just existed in a bad timeline, rather than the other universes we'll get to.
Yeah, and even in spite of all their hardships, Rouge and Knuckles still hold on to hope, even as basically the entire rest of New York City at this time, where we find them, is cowering in fear.
Yeah, they are seemingly the two leaders of the resistance, and there don't seem to be that many other members of the Resistance at the start.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and so it does seem like a lot of it is just down to those two. And
Mm-hmm.
when Sonic arrives on the scene and starts causing trouble, they take notice, and
Yeah, it's when the confrontation with Tails or Nine is happening. Like a scout is recording the situation, and they catch the part where Sonic is talking about palm trees.
right, because he talks about how there was palm trees and
Don't you
green
want to go
grass and
home?
blue
Yeah.
skies, and of course, uh,
Nux and Rouge see that, and they're like, he remembers. Like, he knows. He can think back far enough to before this time. That's hope.
and they have in their rebel base um, what seems to be the last living palm tree.
Yeah, it's the thing that
Um,
gives them the resolve to keep fighting.
just a little bit of nature that they've secreted away and hidden and protected to, hopefully, once everything's all done, bring nature back.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it's very powerful.
It is. Renegade Nux and Rebel Rouge are two of the most like substantial and powerful parts of the show.
Yeah. Um, and the two of them go because
They also notice that like Sonic has some speed and some skill that that could help them, fight back against the
to
Chaos Council.
yeah, and Sonic and Tails end up getting captured by the council,
Yeah.
which leads to Knuckles and Rouge, the New York City versions, um, going to prepare to stage a breakout.
Yeah.
And there's just this bit of dialogue on a rooftop as they are looking at the sort of Chaos Council headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just such a Rouge and Knuckles moment.
Yeah, where like Nux mentions that they'll probably have to do stealth, and then I think Rouge gives him a look, and he's like, "Well, I can do stealth," and Rouge just mentions that it's very cute that he wants to try, but if it makes him feel better, they will need a diversion,
Yeah.
which just so happens to coincide with what we're going to get to as we cut back to Sonic and Tails, I think.
Yeah. So just to vaguely go over, Sonic arrives at the world, starts to look around, not really knowing, and also, we should mention, his shoes are all weird and messed up and glowy, and his gloves are also like a little burned.
Yeah.
And so throughout this first part of the first episode, he can't control his speed. He goes running into walls and all that, and he's not quite sure why. And he ends up fighting one member of the Chaos Council that we'll talk about later, but,
Yeah, pretty soon, yeah.
there's a big fight a bit, and it eventually leads to him running away, where he meets Nine.
And Nine helps him regulate the shoe problem.
Yeah, so at the end of towards their little conversation where they talk about the flashback, Sonic is being very pensive because he's trying real hard. You can just hear the little hamster in his head squeaking that wheel, trying to figure out why Tails doesn't remember him.
You're you, but not you.
Here,
but
gone? Gone.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. But Nine, eventually, who's all just sort of crouched away in a corner, just kind of speaks up a bit and asks him, "What else did we do together?" or something like that.
Yeah, and Sonic sees that vulnerability in Nine, and then just tells him about how things are in Sonic, and just
Hmm.
in the regular world, and how when they're together they can do anything. And
Yeah.
as he's uh, as he's recounting on this, like his shoes are fucking melting because he's all excited and happy when he thinks about how things usually are, how life is.
Yeah. Which Nine points out that your seals are smoldering. Um,
Yeah, and
which
then
leads to Sonic
it's like,
sitting down on his butt, arms crossed, pouting
what else
because
could go
he's
wrong today?
just very upset with the state of everything in his life right now.
And then Tails,
Or Nine.
Nine, our local card-carrying Republican, says, "If there's one thing I hate more than people in my space, it's whiners." So he does points his doohickey at Sonic, which scans Sonic and also stops the smoldering.
I think the smoldering just kind of faded because it was like the energy was coming and going a lot.
Okay.
Um, but Nine is able to tell that there is like a low level energy going through Sonic's whole body. It's pretty evident to, you know, anyone who's above the age of 7 at least, and
Mm-hmm.
probably a decent number of 7-year-olds too,
Yeah.
that Sonic, after he struck the prism and destroyed the universe, became infused with its power.
Mm-hmm.
So Nine creates these like little stick-on energy regulators
Mm-hmm.
for Sonic, which he sticks onto his shoes and his gloves, and
Yeah.
seemingly through the reality-altering powers of the Paradox Prism, his shoes and gloves are transformed into a marketable new shape.
Yeah, that we could sell toys of.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's and also during that scene, like there's this moment where Sonic's like, "God, man, those really are cool. Like your robot Tails, you're so great. Oh man."
And then Nine's like, sir. There's a fun little note that I like where, like, Nine, despite himself, is warming up to Sonic,
Mm-hmm.
but he still doesn't quite trust him. But when he sees the energy thing and gets an idea that he could make a regulator for it, he kind of goes into like tech boy mode, and
Yeah.
even though he's not quite there yet with Trust with Sonic, he has a problem to solve,
Mm-hmm.
and he is still Tails deep down.
So he tries to
And
solve it.
yeah,
Yeah. So that's the whole prism power kind of gone over here. They got
yeah,
captured.
and yeah, that's like once Sonic has the new gloves and shoes that are technically still his old gloves and shoes. Um, Now the whole him running into walls thing stopped and
Mm-hmm.
is dealt with.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, they end up getting captured, and that introduces us to
The
the
chaos
main villains of the show.
The Chaos Council, featuring Dr. Babel, who we met first.
Dr. Babel is a baby.
Mm-hmm.
He is a baby who looks a bit like Eggman, if Eggman was a baby. He has a pacifier most of the time, and he goes, and then sometimes the other members of the council will listen and indicate that they know what he's saying.
Which is invariably some sort of gruesome torture for their
Yeah,
opponents.
the general joke about Dr. Babel is that he is the darkest, nastiest, meanest one of them, but because we never know what he's saying, we just hear the other Eggmans reacting to it. Dr. Babel has a egg-shaped mech with a blaster arm for one arm and a hand for the other, with the face of it being a baby toy.
Yeah.
The kind that you poke it and it lights up, and when it lights up on a thing, then a different thing might come out of his arm, like a baby rattle.
Yeah. And Dr. Babel, it makes some amount of sense with the name because it's like, oh, he's a baby, he's babbling.
Yeah.
I'm I'm racking my brain here trying to remember if Doctor Dunnett or Doctor Don't was the.
I know which
Okay, okay,
one
please, yeah.
each one is.
All right.
Dr. Dunnett is our next Eggman. They're
Mm-hmm.
basically all Eggman. This one's the old man Eggman. His name is because he's done it all. He is old.
Right. Yeah.
The general joke of him is that because he is old, he is always falling asleep.
Yeah.
And he has a walker cane.
He
Um,
rambles.
he rambles on, and he falls asleep again. He
He
mostly just falls asleep,
snores.
and then has to be woken up, and then
He
insists that
moves
he was listening the whole
slowly.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just is every generic old man trope.
And the fact is, this is the kind of show where, like, if a character is bad, anything about them that could be construed as negative is fair game for insults. So just his slowness, his age, his needing a cane to move, and subsequently not moving as fast as the others, is all played for laughs.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Yeah,
I've seen worse.
certainly.
But still, the whole it's just a bit uncomfortable that like, oh, he's old and his body doesn't work good is used as visual humor material.
For sure, for sure. I don't appreciate it. And uh,
Let's let's save Doctor Deep for last because he's the most complicated one, and not because he's complex.
not because he's deep, but Doctor Don't.
Um,
Let's do Doctor Don't.
Doctor Don't is a bored teenager version of Eggman.
Who's always on his
Um,
tablet,
he's constantly playing video games, and he doesn't care what you think.
and also he has like dyed blue tips of his hair.
Yeah, his hair comes down over one eye, and the tips are dyed, and he's constantly blowing to get it out of his face, but then it goes back.
And like, I'm just gonna say, that is that's not just a teen thing. People making the show, that is a queer thing. That is
Yeah,
queer coding on this character design.
dyed hair is something that has very, very strongly in the modern day come to indicate queerness. I believe in the 90s it was more punk aesthetic when dyed hair happened,
Yeah,
but nowadays in our current culture of character design and like setting
yeah,
coding for things, dyed hair is very associated with queerness.
yeah.
And it's definitely not being done for that here because his character is just disaffected teen on his video games all day.
And it's sad because like it's sad how we know that because if it was being done on purpose, I feel like they would have taken aim at that too,
Yeah.
which I hate. But yeah, it just speaks to out of touchness with that element just kind of being thrown in because they've seen teens with dyed hair and they're on their tablets and they're playing their video games and they're not living in the moment.
Yeah. Our fourth, he should be the final properly, but I saving Doctor Deep for last.
Yeah, yeah.
Our fourth one is basically the most normal Eggman around. He is called Mr. Dr. Eggman.
And there's a gag earlier with Sonic and Tails where Sonic's like, "We fight Eggman," and Tails and nine is like,
Yeah.
You mean the council?" And he's like, "No, I mean Eggman." It's like, "So Mr. Doctor Eggman," and Sonic's like, "Sure,
He's like, sounds good,
yeah,
or something.
yeah," and
Yeah, so Mr. Dr. Eggman is basically Eggman. His mustache is groomed a little differently. He wears a vaguely Elvis type of outfit, and
yeah,
he wears a vaguely Elvis-looking like Elvis Presley. My lisp, I
yeah.
understand. It's not
Toupee.
elf-like. Toupee. And of course, because he wears a toupee and he's a bald villain, that gets mocked a bit.
Which I also hate.
I really don't like this. I really don't like when physical attributes of villains are called out and mocked, and that happens both with the fatness of the Chaos Council members and with specifically Mr. Dr. Eggman and his toupee. Um, it is both mocked in dialogue and during a part in episode 1 or 2 he loses it and then panics and
Yeah,
then oh, where's my toupee? Oh, he gets it back on and it's like it's not funny.
it's not funny. I don't laugh at people who, through societal just prejudices, are very invested in appearing to have hair and not facing
Yeah,
the stigma of being bald, and just it. So the thing with Dr. Eggman, Dr. Robotnik, whatever you call him,
mm-hmm.
there's kind of something just pre-existing there with just having a fat villain that just runs throughout the history of Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
And you can just find lots of different anti-fat tropes. There's the vanity, there's the self-centeredness, and there's the always wanting, the world and not being able to settle for any less. There's just like just greed and all that. Like it, there's just this long history of anti-fat tropes that Eggman just kind of wraps up into, and a lot of Sonic fans, when this topic comes up, they're clearly woefully out of their depth, and they don't really know about these things, and they'll just kind of make excuses for it. But we're just gonna say, because like it's murky territory with Eggman. In recent
Yeah,
years, there's been like some, he claims the Eggman name as his own, and it's in general, the anti-fatness against Eggman is kind of softened over the years, certainly with
mm-hmm.
Sonic Team at least.
Yeah,
And but it's still just an element. And then so to have the
and
Chaos Council,
it's the thing is Sonic Team themselves don't tend to insult Eggman's fatness in dialogue or anything,
mm-hmm.
but no one is also stopping others from doing it. So when an anti-fat joke comes up in the comics, like it did in its first year of the IDW comics,
Yeah,
it just is allowed in. And
yeah,
when, you know, Sonic is making a jab at Dr. Deep, I think it was, for having jowls,
yeah.
um, it just is allowed to fly, and
It's just kind of disappointing to, in light of just the years of Dr. Eggman kind of being an awkward part of Sonic in that respect,
yeah,
to have the Chaos Council expand the awkward problematicness of the main villain into other various things that weren't being covered initially.
yeah, and in general, I really don't like it when a kid show has the protagonist or any good character mock a villain for their physical traits because you are teaching children that it is okay to make fun of people for being fat if they're bad.
Which was a running theme in Sonic Boom. And
As a matter of fact, some of my cousins became tangibly worse about insulting people for being fat because of watching that show. I watched it happen in real time. Wow.
which is
Thanks,
just
Sonic Boom.
really heartbreaking, and like and like this, that anecdote just goes to show there are tangible consequences to this.
Yeah, and I don't like seeing it in a kid's cartoon, especially because kids
I
learn behaviors from media.
I really would have hoped that the honestly just kind of decent seeming people who made this show, it's really disappointing that they would just kind of just grasp for these worse instincts in when it comes to the Chaos Council. But
Yeah,
that's Mr. Dr. Eggman, and then we have one doctor left.
Dr. Deep is the one that can't be as easily summed up because he's a few different things.
Yeah,
Where so his general aesthetic in terms of personality is that he's basically a beatnik.
Dr. Deep feels like someone on the team's OC that they just got really invested in and started like putting more
Yeah,
stuff into.
honestly, because his overall character is that he's kind of like a beatnik. He's very like, oh, I'm so deep. That's why it's called Doctor Deep. It's not very deep.
Yeah.
Um, but then his visual aesthetic is samurai, and he has like twin katanas,
And like
and
a
his
twirly
whole
mustache and like
yeah, and it's like so. I guess he is a beatnik weeb.
a weebnik?
And it's like, and he has blue hair,
Mm-hmm.
which I presume is dyed, similar to the other one, but not a dyed tip, just dyed.
Yeah.
And it's it's just such a weird thing because it's like, oh, that's the baby, that's the teen, that's the old man, that's Eggman, but he's dressed like Elvis.
Mm-hmm.
A bit weird, but then it's Doctor Deep, and it's like,
He's my
beatnik
character, Doctor Deep.
weave.
He's like he's fucking he's like really deep, but also he's got like twin samurai swords and like
And
he's
his
really
mech,
cool.
his mech has two buzz saws that also help him fly.
He's really
And
cool.
they burn with fire when they spin.
He's an icon. Um, he's my
He's
favorite.
iconic.
He's my favorite character, and he's my character. Don't steal it. But yeah,
Yeah, Doctor Deep's weird because I don't think they're like with Doctor Babel as well. He's just kind of a baby. There's nothing really that's being mocked societally there.
yeah.
He just is a literal baby.
Mm-hmm.
And Doctor Deep feels so disconnected from real life that I don't think they're mocking anything real.
Like besides the general anti-fatness, like
Yeah.
Doctor Deep feels so weird. It just loops back around to like not offending anything.
Well, it's because like beatniks barely exist anymore, right?
Yeah.
And like he's mostly a beatnik. He just has the aesthetic of a weeb. And he brings up origami one time because he's a weeb beatnik guy, but it's just like, I mean, even if you're making fun of weebs, I don't care.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
That's
fuck
not
it.
like a group of people. That's
That's
not
not
like a
that's
class
not
of person.
That's not an oppressed class of people
Yeah.
who have had it too bad for too long.
Um, but yeah, that's the Chaos Council.
Mm-hmm.
And our general thoughts on where we stand on them. Oh, but where I should say where I stand on them generally is they're boring.
They're not good. They don't add anything like positive to the show. They actually detract.
I don't know why they are here, and they don't actually make sense to me. So I mentioned before that it's like a multiverse is so because Sonic breaks the paradox prism, and then basically reality gets rewritten wrong. And so, there's different versions of Sonic's friends in all the worlds, but not different Sonics because he was at the epicenter of everything, I assume,
Mm-hmm.
which is why there's only one him. But then, like, in this one world, there is an alternate version of Eggman, Mr. Dr. Eggman, and then 4 other guys who look just like him. And
Yeah.
in neither of the other 2 worlds we've been to, in both those worlds, there's no Eggman at all.
Yeah.
Which is
bizarre.
weird.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know why. I mean, the why is, I guess, because these are the main villains of the show. And so, because of how the show is, they're all, like, it feels like the concept for them was various Eggmans from a multiverse teaming up.
That's what I thought was happening, you know? When we
But
saw
in
the
the
trailer.
actual show, they're all from the New York City universe. And just one of them in particular is Eggman's variant, and the rest just weirdly look like him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Dr. Eggman and Dr. Dunnett are both voiced by Brian Drummond, who voiced Dr. Eggman.
Yeah. Freya writes, I feel like having one interesting alternate version of Eggman would have been better than five shallow Eggmen.
Yeah,
I
I
think so
agree.
too.
Especially because like the actual alternate Eggman, Mr. Doctor Eggman, has the least going on.
He is so bland.
He's just kind of an Eggman who dresses funny, except he has none of Eggman's personality.
He's not even doing an Elvis impression.
No, like he isn't doing anything. He just is doing the default Dr. Eggman voice and mostly looking like default Dr. Eggman, other than a weird mustache and a toupee and Elvis outfit. And it's just, I don't know what we're doing.
There's so much comedy to mine in Elvis impressions. Power Rangers would know. There's a one episode of the Mighty Morphin when Bulk and Skull were Elvis impersonating.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been so funny if Mr. Dr. Eggman's fucking thing was just like he would just do all the stage moves that Elvis did, and then it would be like Mr. Dr. Eggman has left the building and all that. Like,
Yeah, like if he was like playing himself up like a rock star. He's got a
yeah,
star on his thing and a star on his robot, but it's
yeah,
like
and
he
you
doesn't
know,
he doesn't do anything.
like, and it would have like been an interesting like parallel of Eggman because Eggman wants recognition, and who's more recognized than rock stars?
Mm-hmm.
So like it would have been an interesting thing. But
Could
it's just
could have sung EGGMAN.
yeah, but instead it's just he's just kind of Eggman a bit with his toupee.
Yeah. Um. Anyway,
We're doing a lot of this setup for these characters, and don't worry, we're not gonna have to spend this long on the next ones we see.
yeah, but we have now fully addressed the setting and characters. Other than Big, but we'll
Yeah.
talk about him when he's relevant.
Mhm.
We've fully addressed the setting and characters of New York City.
And they're the deepest and most prominent, so that's most of the hard work done.
Yeah.
So I guess back to the plot. Sonic and Nine are kidnapped.
Yeah,
Captured.
Sonic is like he's in this weird wheel thing where he has got energy bands around his hands and feet, keeping him in place.
Yeah.
Whereas Nine has been handcuffed, and I think they prod him with an electroshock thing
Yeah. Yeah.
to uh, convince Sonic to do tests for them to test his limits.
Yeah, there is like a fun line with Rusty Rose saying, I suggest we put the hedgehog through several grilling tests. Sonic's like, no.
You
But,
know I'm bad at tests.
which is a fun line. It's a
Yeah.
fun line for me. But yeah, so what
They
the council
end up
yeah.
they end up putting him into a glass box and basically have him do a bit of Sonic the Hedgehog platforming.
And this is an interesting thing for me because these are Eggmen without a Sonic, so they've never faced anyone like Sonic. So as they put him through these paces, put him through these tests, Sonic just breezes through because there's never been any opportunity for being. They've never been bested before.
Yeah,
They've never faced anyone like Sonic.
and like Rusty Rose just kind of points out that they are not even close to reaching his limit because they're not pushing him at all with any of these tests.
Yeah, and that's interesting. And it all leads to like putting Sonic in like a hamster wheel,
A hamster ball,
hamster ball. Yeah, yeah,
and he eventually just starts pushing himself,
yeah.
running around
when they
faster and faster.
hurt Tails,
Yeah,
or they hurt
Nine.
Nine. I'm sorry. Yeah,
He is Tails.
They hurt. Yeah, they call him Tails 9 in the branding, but yeah, he's insistent on 9. So yeah. So
Branding names and the names as present in the show don't always match up, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, so they hurt Tails, which pushes that button in Sonic again, and so he starts running real fucking fast inside the ball.
Yeah, and he builds up a lot of speed, and the energy, the prism energy inside of him starts going, and I believe Nine commentates that oh, it's just like I suspected. It's the energy in him is the same as the energy that powers the city.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, actually, um, Sonic actually thinks he's hallucinating when he sees Sato, um,
Mm-hmm.
talking to him
Yeah.
as his energy builds up, and then the energy ends up bursting,
Mm-hmm.
causing what seems to be basically an EMP surge throughout the city, causing a temporary blackout of everything, including the robots and all.
Which leads to an interesting scene where, like, all the citizens of New York City realize, like, oh, they're not on. And then Big is the first one to just be like, just kick this robot down. And they all get their first taste of, like, what it's like to fight back and to
Yeah,
have freedom.
it's just a small bit of it, but they kick over the robots, they kick them when they're down, and they're just having a brief moment of not being under the watchful eye of the council.
And it as we see later, it has a big effect on them.
Yeah. This also serves as the distraction that Ruse and Knuckles needed as
Mm.
Ruse scoops Knuckles up very
Spontaneous
suddenly.
spontaneous uppies. It's the
Mm-hmm.
it's her character trait, Rebel Rouge, in this show. And funnily enough, this is also done in the early appearances of Rouge in the Archie Sonic comics when Ken Penders would write her. He
Yeah.
I just kind of decided, like, these children's cartoon television show writers decided was just like, oh, her thing is she does spontaneous uppies. And it's
Yeah,
it's it's fun.
just grabs him without warning and flies him in, and that's how they're able to infiltrate, which is important.
Yes.
Um, because the council, after they recover from that huge explosion, um, they recapture Sonic after he, kind of blew up his prison because he also is really winded from that weird explosion.
Yeah.
Uh, and the council decide that they are going to, under the suggestion of Dr. Babel,
Hmm.
painfully extract all of the energy from Sonic.
Yeah. And I think by now we are finally past episode 1
Yes. Episode 1, I believe, ended on. I think it's ended
on a
on Sonic.
flashback.
Yeah, Sonic starting to feel woozy, and I think the actual explosion happens in episode 2.
Yeah.
Um, but there's a fun scene here where Sonic asks to have his final words,
Hmm.
and the Eggmen are like, "Sir, keep it short."
And so Sonic, I think he winks at, like, Tails.
I think Nine winks at him first,
Yeah, and then it's like, oh,
and he starts going on this long rant while he winks at Nine, and eventually Mr. Dr. Eggman just yells to stop winking.
and
Um,
and then eventually it becomes clear to Sonic, like, please tell me we have a plan. And then Nine tells him that
Sorry, there was just dust in my eye.
which is a really fun gag. That's a really fun gag. That's a really fun gag.
Because of course Sonic is all right, ready to be in tune with his buddy Tails, who's giving him a wink, and Nine is not his buddy Tails.
No, he's not. Oh.
Not quite.
But just in the nuck of time, uh,
no, no.
just in the nick of time, Renegade Nux and Rebel Rouge are able to rescue Sonic before he gets killed.
They arrive on scene and knock the thing that was going to extract all of Sonic's juices off kilter. Which it's some kind of very scary machine that fires a laser, and like throughout I think the entire rest of the episode,
They just have to,
it's
like,
just spinning around slowly the room breaking things, breaking robots. Like it slices all of the Chaos Council's chairs in half, and um, there's a part where everyone's talking and they just kind of two or three times in a row silently duck as the laser passes them, and they're just having a casual conversation.
Yeah, yeah.
But basically, as the as our Knuckles and Ruse pals break in and start fighting, um, Nine is able to sneak up to the terminal that Rusty Rose was using to administer Sonic's test, and he uses his mechanical tails to use the computer and unlock his handcuffs. And then he starts using his fingers to type. He's got 10 of those, not just the 7 mechanical tails he's got.
Yeah.
And he tries to hack into the system, but Dr. Don't, his face keeps coming up and going, hee hee.
Didn't fucking do it this time, bitch. Just taunting Tails every time he gets the wrong, not Nine, every time he gets the wrong password. And it reminds me a lot of one Archie Sonic story where Rotor's trying to crack Nicole's encryption. Which ultimately he gives up, but is inspired to update his own security system. And we cut to Robotnik in that comic just being like, oh, it would be one thing if it's so hard, but it's also so demoralizing with its insults.
Yeah, with the sticky out tongue face and all.
Yeah, because he's trying to hack in, but...
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
There's a fun little scene where, like, an Egg Forcer robot comes up behind Nine, and he just, without even looking, destroys it with his mechanical tails.
It's it's like coming up against him, and then he grabs it and pushes it into the line of the laser.
I think something like that, yeah.
It was really good. It was a really good, like, it didn't call attention to itself, it just kind of happened, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah. And there's another part where, Rebel Ruse sees him at the terminal and goes to attack him, and he's like, you learn what's going on here. I'm one of the good guys. And he just keeps typing.
Yeah.
And eventually, because as this is going on, Rusty Rose is also joining in the fight, and she is way stronger than the Egg Forcers.
And is kind of overwhelming everyone she tussles with, and she is moments away from turning Sonic's face into spaghetti with her fist.
Yeah.
When Nine cracks the code and turns her to their side.
Yeah, she's got like one glowing mechanical eye. Very reminiscent to me of Knuckles from Mobius 25 Years Later.
Yeah.
And when Nine takes over, it starts glowing yellow instead, probably because he is yellow.
Yeah.
And then she is following Nine's commands.
You think it'd be worth pointing out, like, our initial
Yeah, I think so. So this was something that when we first arrived at it, when we first watched the first 2 episodes before sleeping and then watching the rest after, this was a source of disappointment for us.
Yeah.
Because what we're being given with the Amy in this universe is that she doesn't have any will of her own, seemingly, and she only works for the council without, having any
any autonomy and like,
autonomy. Thank you.
Yeah, and like the imagery
then,
of Nine's his hacking, it looked like what was happening was like, oh, he's removing the hold that the council had on Amy.
Yeah, and I thought it was going to be he's restored her free will, but in fact he's just switched over control from the council to him. And so Rusty Rose, while she is now working with everyone. C does not have any more autonomy than C did with the council. In fact, C might have less.
And the thing is, like, we weren't sure that we were going to come back to New York City. It makes sense now, but like we weren't
Yeah,
sure. So
we we hadn't seen the rest of the show.
for all we knew, that was going to be it, and we were just kind of like, that's not fun. Like, why don't we have like a scene of her just seeing Sonic and feeling like subverting the control they have over her?
Yeah, and we haven't seen definitely all of what Rusty Rose will be doing, but as we'll talk more when we get to it later, it's clear that more is being set up with Rusty, and we will definitely be getting more. I'm certain to say, probably in the next batch of episodes, season 2, apparently.
Yeah.
I feel like we will be getting more from Rusty Rose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and but for right now, Rusty Rose's control has been transferred to Tails. They're 9. Yeah.
He is a Tails.
He is 8 Tails. I'm
Yeah,
gonna try and do 9, but yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
Sid mentioned, when Sonic first sees Rebel Ruse and Renegade Knuck,
Yeah.
as is their official branding names, he's like, Knuckles, Ruse! And then
Rebel
they're
Rouge
like,
says, "How do you know our names?"
but then later when he's like, oh, Ruse, it's good to see you, she's like,
It's-
the name's Rebel.
Which is not a name. I mean, I guess it is a name, but like, yeah.
When they're first addressed, when they're looking through security cameras and seeing Sonic for the first time, the Resistance member refers to them as Renegade Knucks and Rebel Ruse.
Mm-hmm.
Because her name is
Rouge.
She is literally called Rebel Ruse in the show.
Yeah.
But then she objects to being called Ruse.
Rouge is her family name.
And I just want to bring up this because when it comes to 9, there is a perfectly obvious in-story reason why he is not called Tails.
Yeah.
It's because he never met Sonic. He never became the boy who would be Tails. Presumably his legal name is still Miles Prower. But in this universe, he took on the name 9 instead. And then when it comes to Amy, she was turned into a cyborg.
Yeah.
And presumably given the rather mocking designation of Rusty Rose by the Council, who, by the way, Rusty is for real. They do not take care of her very well.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that they have the resources to, they, I assume deliberately, don't keep care of her as well as they could, even though she is literally the most powerful machine they have.
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably because she's a cyborg and because she once was just like a regular citizen person. But I bring this up to say that there is perfectly understandable reasons why this universe version of Tails, this universe version of Raimi, why they don't go by those names. Rebel Ruse isn't a name. Renegade Knucks isn't a name. They literally admit that their names are Ruse and Knuckles.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. And I know why. It's because merchandising. It's because when the action figures come out, that's what's going to be written on them. It's because if they come to Speed Battle, that's what they'll be called.
Yeah. Yeah, and
But it stands out beyond Rusty Rose and 9 as being something that doesn't really mess with the world that's been built.
Yeah. So they proceed to try to make their way out, only for I think it was 9 who was like, "Hey, why don't we try and get the fucking battery to shut this whole operation down?" And so they press forward deeper into the Chaos Council headquarters.
Yeah. The council themselves, I forget exactly when they ran off, but it might have been when the laser cut their chairs away.
Hmm.
But they had run away from the fight scene during it.
Yeah.
It was a fight scene, so we're not really going through it beyond the parts that were plot relevant that we can recall,
Hmm.
and the parts that we thought were neat.
Yeah. There was like a part where they're descending down to the sublevel. Did you say that?
Hmm?
Did you just bring up the sublevel scene where they were going down? And
Mm, who?
sorry, I kind of spaced out. Um, did,
Who?
did you just say that we were already talking about the sublevel scene where they were going down? All the heroes were going to the sublevel to go get
No.
the. All right.
No, you were just talking about how Nine. Sorry, you were just talking about how Nine was saying that they should go get the
Yeah.
battery.
Yeah. So they're headed their way there after Rusty Rose gives them the general. I think. No, she
I
didn't have a
think
lot to
Rusty
tell them.
Rose didn't. Yes, he didn't have clearance,
Hmm.
so she didn't actually know the exact location. I remember that like they have this fight scene on a stairwell,
Yeah.
um, and Doctor Deep arrives with like these elite versions of the egg forcers
Yeah.
that are red instead of orange.
And our friends and heroes, they kind of get their asses kicked. Um,
Yeah,
but
because
then
the Doctor Zegman put more electricity into the robots, and then the robots fight way better. And there's
hmm.
a lot of the same stills of our heroes getting puns.
Hmm.
Not one of the more not one of the more creative
Hmm.
scenes, but you know.
Yeah, but then there's during the low point, Sonic tells the others, "You need to learn how to spin."
Well, because like Sonic himself, after being punched in the face in the same way 5 times in a row,
Yeah.
does a spin dash instead, and then defeats all of the robots that were in front of him.
Yeah.
And then he tells Renegade Nux that he needs to learn how to spin.
Yeah.
And he throws him at the robots, and then Knuckles is a ball, and
And he
then
does it
Knuckles is
perfectly.
pinballing. And then he grabs Tails 9 and he throws 9, and then 9 is a pinball. And then all three of them are pinballs, and they're basically doing the move from Sonic Heroes when they're all balls.
And the girls are like, "We're gonna keep kicking."
Yeah, the girls don't get to be balls because they're
Yeah.
not part of Team Sonic.
It's a very gamey moment.
Yeah, which there are a fair number of those, and
Yeah, we had yeah, and it just it doesn't really add much to the show. If I wanted a video game, I would play one. I like
hmm
it when cartoons are here to be cartoons and not like a video game for a brief amount of time.
yeah.
At the end of the fight scene, there is a cute moment though, where like Sonic gives a high five to Nine, and
hmm
Nine's tiny little heart grows 3 times its original size. It's like, oh, high five.
Yeah.
And they make it to the sub level, and there's lots of robots, and
Yeah. Eventually, I think Nine notices that Sonic's shoes are glowing weirdly
yeah.
because it turns out that because of him having the prism power, whenever he's near the paradox prism, his
Mhm.
shoes glow with chromatic aberration in the direction of the prism.
Yeah.
So they're able to go down the correct hallway to find where it is, but then they get attacked by Doctor Deep,
Mhm.
and they get like pinned down with laser fire from his egg forcers, and
There's a point where Renegade Nux says like, oh, I guess there's no use hoping or
um,
something.
um, earlier in um, earlier when he was on the rooftop with Ruse,
Hmm.
um, and the power went out. He was being like, "Oh, it smells like a trap," and she was like, "Or maybe a stroke of luck."
Hmm.
And so when we get to them being pinned down, he's like, "Oh, I guess our luck's run out."
Yeah, there was some kind of statement about like, oh, things don't turn out well, and Sonic's like, you can't really believe that, can you? And then he's like, prove me wrong or something, and he throws a barrel.
Yeah, he grabs a barrel off the ground and throws it.
And then, in a moment that will live in history books forever, Sonic gets behind the barrel, and
Yeah, which
it's in
like
slow
protects him from the
motion.
laser fire.
Yeah. So he's in slow motion, he's going forward behind the barrel, and everyone is stopping and staring at this.
Everyone is staring.
As Sonic bravely barrels.
Barrel.
Barrel. It's not Knuckles like, barrel? And we're just like, barrel? It's Rebel. Barrel? And then
And
Nine
then
is
Rusty
like,
Rose is like, barrel.
and Nine is like, barrel? I never had barrel growing up. And then,
And then, oh, in a beautiful moment of barrel, uh, Sonic spin dashes the robots.
it just suddenly no more barrel, and then and suddenly Sonic is spin dashing all the robots, and then they crash through the wall and then fall out of the building.
It was a weird scene. It was a weird scene. There was also an earlier bit when they were like looking for the prism when they were all like walking
Right,
down a hallway together.
where like this
And
'70s cop show music starts playing. It was like just bam, 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 it's like,
yeah, and
okay.
like earlier when Sonic was being attacked by Dr. Babel and he got punched by the baby robot,
There was like
there
baby
was
cartoon music playing, like doop 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 doop.
and then it stopped. It's like a couple of odd moments of like, here's a song for this moment.
And it really dries up after this. Besides,
Yeah.
like the pirate, I
So
guess.
these first three episodes, Saturn, The Yoke's on You, and Escape from New Yoke,
Hmm.
are written by Man of Action and Eric Wise, who is also the director of all of the episodes.
Yeah.
And Man of Action, for those who don't know, of course, Man of Action Entertainment. Uh, it basically means that these episodes were written by some combination
Hmm.
of Joe Kelly, Joe Casey, Duncan Rouleau, and Stephen T. Siegel.
Yeah. It,
Which ones, I don't know. I know that specifically that Duncan Rouleau did writing on this show.
mhm.
So at least he is involved on at least some of the episodes credited to being written by Man of Action.
Honestly, I would prefer just naming the people in Man of Action who worked on it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is a Man of Action like thing, if they just get credited always by their own decision as Man of Action. I'm not specifically
Perhaps.
familiar with their work, but
Yeah.
it
One
bugs
thing.
me that I
Yeah.
can't put names of any of these men specifically to any of these episodes.
Yeah. What
Just
we
vaguely all of them to all of them.
Right. What we do know of Man of Action, our experience, Cluster and I's experience with Man of Action, because some of y'all may know them from Ben 10. We happen to know them from a video game called X-Men Legends. It was
Yeah,
a superhero
because
RPG.
yeah, all of those men that I just listed out, they were actually all comic book writers and artists who have worked on comic books, including X-Men.
Yeah.
Um,
And
Pretty neat.
so with X-Men Legends, if you play it, you'll notice that there is just a ton of like love for the history and the characters of X-Men, and like
hmm
it's just so lovingly like laid out, like as you play as Allison Crestmere entering into the world of X-Men, and you get to learn about each X-Man, even though it's like And even though it's like in the Ultimate Universe aesthetically, it just sort of covers the whole breadth of history for the X Men. It's all very interesting, and it just speaks to a incredible love for X Men from Man of
Yeah,
Action.
and I think it shows, like what you get when you take professionals who have worked with this kind of thing and clearly shown it the respect it deserves and are talented.
With with their efforts here,
I
and
don't think Man of Action has a particular love for Sonic.
and that's like one thing, but when you don't actually like have like enough to respect the property you're working with enough to like make something that really speaks to it and what it's going for, because back in the day in Sonic comics, people who weren't dyed in the wool Sonic fans would get to write on the comics, and lots has been said about them, but like they cared about Sonic because it was the comic they were working on, and
Hmm.
they invested in it, and they did their best to do it right, and they did incredible.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that that happened here.
There's definitely elements to this that feel good and cool and fun.
Hmm.
The show has some issues, particularly when it comes to depth. It doesn't have a lot of it.
Hmm.
We're. I mean, it's odd for me to say when we're in the place that has the most depth, but
Yeah.
there's also the rest of the show.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, Sonic spin dashes all the robots out of a window, and then he stands dramatically in the window, and
The people
um,
see that their hero has taken out these robots.
yeah, and they just see that here's someone standing up to the council and all that,
Hmm.
and um, Sonic ends up going outside and fighting with Dr. Babblemore
Making a
while
distraction for Nine to hack
yeah,
into the room.
yeah, because Nine needs more time to open the door. Meanwhile, Knuckles, Ruse, and Rusty are all protecting Nine as he is computer boying.
Yeah, and yeah, there's this big action scene with Sonic and robots and Dr. Babel, and there's one part in it, because we're not doing play by play, but like, yeah, there's
Yeah,
one part in it where like where he just says All Star Move, and then he just kind of
right.
he just says All Star Move.
So he runs around because there's like this. There's like a ring around the big building. He runs all the way around it, so now he's behind the robots that were chasing him. And then he yells, "All Star Move!" And
And
then he
he
jumps into the air and kind of wobblily homing attacks the robots awkwardly.
it isn't very visually striking or impressive, and the shouting All Star Move before it kind of calls attention to it.
And it's just, why are we making a weird Sega and All Star Sonic and All Stars, like Sonic and Sega All Stars, like reference?
Yeah, I it's just really out of nowhere. It just made us both very confused as we watched it. Um, but yeah, the time is bought, and Tails hacks into the room.
Nine.
Nine, and they
uh, Sonic regroups with everyone,
mhm.
and as they're about to head in, Mr. Dr. Eggman in his mech arrives.
Mhm.
It's basically a regular Eggman mech like you'd expect him to have, but it has a star on its chest.
Mhm.
And he grabs Knuckles and Ruse and Rusty um, uh, as like Sonic and Nine get into the room that has the power source in it,
Mhm.
Paradox Prism.
Yeah.
And Sonic wants to go back for them, if I recall correctly, but like I think Ruse yells at him to just go and complete the mission.
Yeah, and throughout all this, Sonic is having a sense of deja vu, as this all
Mm-hmm.
appears to mirror the moments leading up to the Prism Shatter. And as he finally goes up to the shard, it dawns on him the full context of what happened. That
Yeah,
his friend had tried to warn him, but
yeah, has his final memory unlock for the immediate events of the Prism shattering.
and he realizes that this is all his. It's not Robotnik's machinations. It's all his doing.
Yeah. At the same time, realizing that, as you mentioned, the Sard, the Paradox Prism has been shattered into multiple pieces,
Mm-hmm.
and what is powering New York City is a large red Sard of the Paradox Prism.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and, Sonic feels despondent.
He, Nine tells him to go grab the shard, but Sonic's like, "Well, no, you told me not to," and the tales I knew was saying it was dangerous and I shouldn't touch it. And then Nine's like, "Well, I'm here and I'm telling you to grab it."
I believe his exact wording is like, I'm telling you to do the opposite.
Hmm.
And that's good enough for Sonic. And he puts his hand on the Sard.
And that sends him sucking into it.
It pulls him in, and he goes rippling off through the great unknown to a different universe.
Yep. And that's episode 3.
Yeah, and that is the first, basically, the first story arc. Because there's basically 3 story arcs in these first 8 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah. And I think the first 3 the first arc here, this first 3 episodes, I think overall these are the strongest.
mhm. There's good emotional moments like with Sonic and Nine.
Mm-hmm.
There's just fun dialogue between Rebel Ruse and Renegade Nux on the rooftop and everything.
Yeah. And
There's some fun action. Uh,
we
Not
kind
all
of
of it is thrilling to me, but
yeah, and like as we talked about it after watching the whole show, we were trying to think of parts we liked. It all came back to the first episode. Which brings us to episode 4. And it's a world which we are going to go over because we are now in the Boss Cage Maze.
Yes, so episodes 4 and 5 take place in the Boss Cage Maze. They are Unwelcome to the Jungle, written by Brittany Joe Flores, and
Patricia Valletto.
and Barking Up the Wrong Tree, written by Patricia Valletto.
Yeah.
But I was going to say that episode 4, Unwelcome to the Jungle, every episode is directed by Eric Wise, but Unwelcome to the Jungle is also directed by Kieran Sangera.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only other episode to have a second directing credit, so notable.
Yeah, so let's talk about this world and what it does to its characters.
So as we mentioned, of course, New York City is a world without Sonic, a world where Green Hill has been taken over by an Eggman and turned into a horrible place. So in the Boss Cage Maze, it's a big jungle.
It's a big jungle. A falling out happened between friends.
Well, we're just talking about the world.
Okay.
And the world and why it's different from regular world is that
right.
it's a big jungle. and that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
It's a there's a vague little bit of like talking about how the jungle is unnatural and there's too much tree in it.
Which, like, probably at some stage of development was supposed to be like, oh, it's the opposite problem of New York City, but, like, it doesn't really follow through.
Yeah, and I think it doesn't really follow through because it's a really weird message for Sonic the Hedgehog for
Yeah.
you to be like, there's too much nature.
Yeah.
Probably because the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah.
Um, but basically, the idea, not that it's spelled out, but the idea seems to be that the Paradox Prism Shard that's in this world has caused the plant life to grow a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
and there's a whole thing where like the event of what happened here to set up the status quo that Sonic enters into. The events are kind of obscured, but not really.
Yeah, there's, like, they try to do an unreliable narrator situation, but it also just the narrator's reliable enough to begin with.
Yeah, so the gimmick here what the people are like is that this is Jungle World,
Mm-hmm.
and in Jungle World, everyone except for Tails and Amy are horrible people, and Tails isn't horrible because he is a dog.
Yeah. So
It, and I not I did I it he's
I'm
a
not
dog like
comfortable.
he runs around on all fours. He goes bark. He goes yip yip. He does not speak or he speaks a little bit, but it's weird. He's
He's
a dog. It's
his
fucked up and weird and gross. I hate it. Honestly, it's really uncomfortable for
It's
me.
deeply uncomfortable. I'm gonna just mention the name once, so we'll have covered it. They call him Mangy in this universe. It sucks. Anyway,
Yeah, the official branding name is Mangy Tails, but he is only called.
yeah,
Yeah. Anyway,
and
I'm just gonna call him Dog Tails.
which isn't that a thing? Anyway, Primrose is this universe's Rouge, and she
Uh,
is the
Primrose.
Primrose. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's so Primrose is sort of a play on of a primrose, and that's about as deep as it goes because
It's
she
not
isn't prim
Prim.
or proper. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, so all the characters have a jungle aesthetic, which is base. It's I don't like. I don't care
it's
for. I
pretty
don't.
fucking white the whole time.
Yeah, as they're doing this like kind of looking like vaguely indigenous
Yeah,
stuff and who
they
makes
were
me
um
uncomfortable.
they were not in their lane.
No.
But yeah,
Um anyway, yeah, so
Primrose.
Primrose, uh Gnarly Knuckles is there. Primrose, her thing is that she's a bad person. That's it.
Yeah.
Gnarly Knuckles is Styx the Badger for some reason.
Yeah, with all the sanest baggage of Styx the Badger that was present in Sonic Boom.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable and comes out of nowhere. Again, especially after York City was
So
anything.
it was so like Rouge and Knuckles felt so good there, and then here they are
hmm
the worst people.
This version of Big the Cat is called Hangry Cat.
Yeah, and this is probably the most we're gonna be talking about Big in this stream review.
Yeah, because this Big is the one that has the most dialogue.
And he is all about the foods, y'all.
Wow, the fat character, amazing. And
He's the only like, and to an extent, everyone is very hungry and malnourished in this world up here in the trees. But like, Big's the one who's named after how hungry he is.
yeah, he also gets the most focus on being the one to talk about the food situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just it's uncomfortable. I'm fat, by the way. Hi.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
and I don't like it when the cartoons that I'm watching are insulting fat characters when I love Cluster,
yeah,
and
and
it makes me upset.
this whole world makes you sad. This universe's version of Amy is called Thorn Rose, and she's basically Amy.
She's basically Amy. Like her people skills are a little down due to rage,
Yeah,
but
so
like
the
yeah,
let's just quickly say what happened here because
yeah.
it's mostly pointless.
It's so shallow.
Yeah,
The unreliable narrative thing is like, oh, here we have this. Yeah, Rouge is saying that like we were once friends, one with nature, taking only what we need, and
while the visuals,
we're showing them wastefully shaking trees and letting apples roll on the ground, and like
yeah, and
that weren't
just
even taking
grabbing
them.
berries and throwing them onto the bucket, and then a bunch of berries fall out, and
It's all very like in line with earlier in the episode when Thorn Rose tells Sonic that her friends were being very wasteful scavengers.
yeah. Or does that come after? I forget what order
I
things
think
happened in.
yeah, it's because Sonic groups up with Thorn Rose, and she talks about the scavengers who were destroying the jungle.
And
There's a
for some
line.
reason, Sonic is like, well, scavengers? Don't you think that's a little harsh? And it's like, no, that's
It's pretty accurate and neutral.
yeah, it's not like they're clearly scavenging. It, if anything, scavengers kind of indicates that a person is in desperation, and they're very desperate. So
Mm-hmm.
they're definitely scavengers.
It just feels like something harsher was there in the original script that got kind of caught. Like
Uh,
perhaps they were called, I don't know, colonizers.
you're fun.
Just
Um,
saying.
but yeah, Primrose's version of events, even though she states themselves to be innocent, we, the audience, are treated to visuals that clearly show that they aren't, which is weird because this is the unreliable narrator part.
Yeah.
And then when Thorn Rose tells her version of the story, it's basically almost the same visuals, except that she outright tells them not to waste things, and it just takes her longer to get angry before she
Yeah.
starts.
And her anger is really understandable because they are uprooting trees
They're ripping berry bushes out of the ground for no reason.
for no reason. It's
It,
just
it is literally there's this half-hearted attempt at being like, oh, the jungle is unnatural, but like the only actual problem being sown is the fact that Sonic's friends, other than Amy, are being incredibly needlessly, pointlessly, recklessly wasteful with natural resources.
yeah. And like in the episode's resolution, there's some lip service like, "Oh, we didn't see it like that." When in Amy's in Thorn Rose's retelling of it, she was telling them the thing that they would then be like, "Oh, we didn't know. Sorry." We
Yeah,
didn't know."
and so when the problem is first presented to Sonic, number one, Primrose is being very manipulative, pretending to know about the Sard just to get Sonic to help them.
Yeah.
When he's asking them if they know where the Sard is.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and they describe a monster in the jungle below them that keeps uh, stopping them from getting food.
Yeah.
Um, and the monster is it's Amy,
Yep. They just call Amy a monster.
and she eventually calls herself a monster also, even though they were they were destroying the jungle, and she was stopping them, and she was stopping them by knocking them with her big Stone Age caveman hammer into the treetop.
Yeah, and like
And that's it. They were not particularly harmed by
the
the
main
actions of this monster, Amy. It's Amy.
the main dilemma is just that they need food, which they is one thing, but like
They keep overtaking food,
mm-hmm.
meaning he has to do something, or it will all be gone. Like they've already destroyed most of the environment.
This is one of those moral dilemma stories where we are very firmly on the side that's kind of made out to be the antagonist.
Yeah, and like there's also a bit at the end where Thorn Rose is like, "Oh, I became a monster," and then Sonic's like, "No, no, I understand why you did what you did," and it's like I'm there like, "Yeah, I understand very much."
Yeah, and yeah, like there's also Birdie in this universe too, Big Birdie.
Yeah, this birdie is giant sized.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and initially Sonic thinks that Giant Birdie is the monster, but then it is actually Amy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and there's this. Okay, so Sonic starts parlaying with Thorn Rose,
Mm-hmm.
and it basically is like, if you help me find the shard, then I will leave you be and
Mm-hmm.
get out of your hair.
Yeah.
Um, and then she allows him to find it, but then just so that she can take it.
Yeah.
She calls it the heart of the jungle or whatever, and
Yeah. She takes him to the Great Green or whatever, and
she
like,
calls it the Great Green. It's a big palm tree, and
and then we have this like this recurring flashback or whatever, where like Sonic remembers a picnic, or not a picnic, but like a
Sonic
time with
remembers a
Amy.
weird time where he is covering his eyes, and Amy is leading him to a surprise. And when he opens his eyes, he's like, "Ta-da!" And ta-da is in front of all their friends gathered around a palm tree and a picnic blanket.
Yeah. And
And I thought, oh, it's a picnic.
yeah, and like Sonic's like it's a tree. He doesn't really like know what to make of it, and neither do we really. There's like this whole thing of like Amy talking about, but think about the memories.
Um, yeah, sorry, I got distracted.
Mm-hmm. Um, so there's a big surprise. It's a tree,
Yeah,
and
and Sonic is confused because he's like, "You are gifting me this tree as a present?"
they're like, but all the memories we make with it.
But like Amy, with her dialogue, seems to indicate that yes, she is gifting him a palm tree as a present,
Yeah,
and it's just so confusing to me because I just thought it was a picnic.
yeah.
I
I
just
we got that like that shot of like a surprise. That's used in the first episode. It was used in trailers, and it just seemed like okay, this is what his friends look like, and they're all here together in this generic scene.
yeah.
It and it doesn't really have a lot going for it beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, like Amy's trying to make a point about togetherness and like being together,
Yeah.
and Sonic doesn't really get it.
Yeah. He just wants to eat silly dog.
Silly dogs.
And there's this whole thing where they talk about all these specific memories they've had around this specific palm tree.
Mm-hmm.
And they just kind of describe things that we don't and will never see.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're trying to put a sense of importance onto this specific palm tree.
Which
And
then
I
gives us the context that like that's the palm tree from New York City, which kind of just makes the New York City tree feel less cool to me.
it kind of cheapens it because I thought it was a lot more interesting when it was just a symbol of nature.
Yeah.
You know, and for the people of the resistance, that is what it is.
Yeah.
But then when Sonic sees it, he's just like, oh, it's the palm tree.
Hmm. And like
I don't care about the fucking palm
it's
tree.
a fucking tree.
I like trees in general.
Uh-huh.
I like nature in general. I do not need a specific tree.
When you make it out to just be the one tree that's important, you're not you're missing the forest for the trees.
Yeah, and it's like it's making it about this specific sentimental tree and not
The nature, the
nature.
environment.
Yeah. And I mean it's very American to
Yeah.
just be like to make it all about oh, it has to be personal. And it's like it can be about nature.
Mhm. Mhm.
Sonic can just care about nature. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um but yeah, that weird flashback aside, Thorn Rose takes the prism and sticks it onto her hammer, and then she becomes. Uh, how did you describe it again?
Oh, she's like the daughter of Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. Big hammer
Yeah,
makes trees.
because her big hammer with it gets wrapped up in vines that connect it to the prism
Mm-hmm.
shard, and now every time she smashes it on the ground, trees come out.
Yeah.
And so there's a big fight scene where Sonic tries to get the hammer away from her, and she makes a lot of trees, and eventually she just like covers up all of the canopy, all of the light that's coming through with more and more trees.
Yeah.
And right, there's like she smacks Sonic up into the trees, and then Sonic tries to convince all of the horrible people
Mm-hmm.
and Dogtails that they need to have some kind of communication
Just talk
with
things out.
Thorn.
And talking things out, talking disagreements out with people is the adult thing to do. And unfortunately, this show is populated by infantile children.
Yeah, so Sonic tries to set up a nice little parlay, and then as soon as Thorn seems to be considering maybe,
Just talking through
actually talking
feelings.
through everything, um,
They're like
uh,
she's vulnerable, like she's open or something. And
and then they try to attack her, and then she just smacks them all with a hammer. It's like, oh, I can't trust you, and covers up the last bit of light going down into the jungle.
yeah, and it's just
And there's this weird part where Sonic like leads her to the big palm tree, and like
it's all very like
it's it's just so random, all of it. Like
mm-hmm.
uh, I think he tricks her into breaking the big tree that was blocking the light, which reveals that the lack of light was killing the palm tree
Yeah,
because trees need light, though typically they won't wilt that quickly.
yeah, yeah.
And then she's like, "Oh, I became a monster," and I think several people keep saying, "Oh, the darkness clouded her eyes," and it's like she made the darkness like 3 minutes ago. I don't know why we're trying to turn that into a metaphor for her raids making her not see straight.
Yeah.
But like, Amy, after being shown that her actions are in fact hurting the jungle,
Mm-hmm.
she relents and calls herself a monster, and then Sonic's like, "Oh, it's not your fault," and then absolutely randomly, with no build up or anything, and it is absolutely unearned, Primrose apologizes for being a bad person and promises to be better.
She's like, we have to recognize both the parties' faults in order to get better. And it's like, both sides. It's like, no, no, it was definitely y'all. Y'all were the bad ones.
Yep, and it just
Yeah, so, episodes 4 through 5 are a low point in the
especially episode
series.
4.
Yeah. The thing with episode 5 is that Sonic actually makes a point of not leaving before things are resolved.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one time in the show so far where he is actively in control of the multiverse hopping situation. And so we have a whole episode where he applies what he learned from his friends to, but that he had disregarded before. He applies what he learned from his friends in order to, save the day, resolve
the situation.
yeah, and it's kind of the one time that the premise of the show actually is paid off, where
Yeah,
it's
in
like,
these first 8 anyway.
yeah, just like where he learns from his mistakes and the times he wasn't listening, and then is able to redeem himself and resolve the situation, and then he leaves the boss cage maze of his own accord.
Yeah, the kind of.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
So eventually he runs off because the hammer got flung off somewhere. So but Birdie helps. Oh right, also um Birdie like crashes against the canopy before during the
Yeah.
fight before the light comes back, and then there's a part where Thorn is like, "Oh, Ice was stopping Birdie from flying. I shouldn't have done that," and it's just like,
There really
what?
wasn't. There's one moment where like Birdie gets hurt and Amy's like, Thorn is like, I'm sorry, Birdie, but we have to keep going. And then like,
Yeah,
but it doesn't
and it's
really
like,
get into flying.
yeah, like I guess the idea is that she was making Birdie stay down in the jungle with her so that they could hunt the scavengers so that she could hit
Yeah.
them with her hammer to throw them back onto their tree fort.
Yeah, so if I may go over parallels here,
Hmm.
because I get to mention earlier, but like Prim Rouge noticing Sonic's skills and going for manipulation and using them, it actually is a parallel to when Rebel Rouge saw Sonic's skills and like was like, oh, he can help us, and then is
Mhm.
much less dishonest about it, and like the general through line here is like, Rouge is aware of Sonic's skills and
Mhm.
notices them. It's not that deep. But like here in Boss Cage Maze, according to the script, Amy has been keeping Birdie like locked here in the Boss Cage Maze, which is kind
Yeah.
of a parallel to Rusty Rose keeping Birdie locked in her chest.
Yeah. I,
Kind
that's
of.
weird.
Yeah, it's something I noticed. It doesn't really add up to anything. It's just kind of a thing.
Also, also in episode 5, like uh, Thorn Rose blocks out the last bit of light by closing it all up with trees, and it's like, haha! Now the way is locked, and no one can come down. The scavengers will never come down into the forest again, even though it's just trees and you can climb past the branches. A and B, they're currently in the jungle.
Yeah, she actually locked
We
them in.
we pan back a little bit, and they are all there, like a minute after she declares that they are locked up there now.
Hmm.
She didn't actually make them be up there before making it true.
Yeah.
And it's such an odd line anyway, because it doesn't make any sense.
Hmm.
None of her plan makes sense, but I guess she's angry.
Yeah. Sonic eventually leaves.
So Sonic, is running and running to find the thing, and as he runs, the energy builds around him. The energy is inside him, all the prism energy, and Shadow appears, and I forget which line he says this time.
Yeah. It was like,
Maybe
it sounded like advice.
was he currently saying "Don't stop" current at that point?
I think that was specific in episode 6, but like, he was saying something here, I think.
Was this the time when he said that everything's gone, or was that the first
That
time
was the
he
first
appeared?
time, yeah.
Okay, because I think he might have been saying multiple times to Sonic not to stop and to keep going. I think he started saying it in episode 5.
Okay. At the very least, he was like, Sonic, and Sonic was like, Shadow!
Yeah, but Sonic trips on a vine, I believe, and smacks face first into the green prism shard, and goes through the void between realities, and finds himself back in
New York City.
New York City.
It's New York!
Back in New York, we find that even though Sonic has gone for like a day by his reckoning, and from me watching the episode, like maybe 3 hours, but a day by his reckoning, he's apparently been gone for weeks because time moves differently depending on where you are in the multiverse.
Guess so. But yeah, like, so in the aftermath of the events of episode 3, the Resistance has definitely strengthened its numbers, but also they're more desperate, because the Chaos Council has become more desperate because after Sonic left, Nine grabbed the shard and split.
Yeah, he took the shard, he Doc-Ocked his way out of the room,
There's a moment
crawled
where,
along the ceiling.
Yeah, there's a moment where he actually sees his compatriots who he had worked with to get there with Sonic. He stops for a moment, but the years of having to make it out on his own just kind of rise to the surface, and he just moves on without them. And Knuckles gets very enraged, and to Renegade Knuckles and Rebel Rouge's eye, they got locked in there. Tail and Nine came out with the shard and abandoned them. No sign of Sonic, so who the fuck knows where he went? Because he's not helping us, and so they are not happy when he returns.
Yeah, so during that flashback time, Renegade Knuckles, smashes up the robots, grabs Rouge, who's been injured, and gets him out of there. Rusty Rose, meanwhile, returns back to the control of the council, her yellow-eyed going back to red. And Knuckles and Rouge end up collapsed, both too injured to go on in an alleyway. But Big, or whatever Big's name is in this universe, but the New York City version of Big comes across them and carries them both to safety, even though we know from context that he was not part of the Resistance before this. So he was inspired by what he saw of Sonic and what happened to stand up and join the fight. And we see him here in episode 6. He's like handing out weapons to the other Resistance members. He is mostly a background character here, but he's just given respect, the New York version.
And I enjoyed seeing it.
But when Sonic makes his way back to New York, he finds, before all that flashbackiness, he finds Renegade Nux and a bunch of Resistance fighters locked into some combat, as they are, unbeknownst to them, being spied on by Rusty Rose. She then observes that Sonic is there, and Sonic ends up telling Knuckles a lot of details in the open air.
in his defense, he was defending himself.
Yeah, because Renegade Nux was demanding to know where Sonic went, and Sonic was explaining how we touched the Sard, he went to another universe, another world, and then there was a Sard there, and all that.
Was a different you, and so on and so
Yeah,
forth. I
and
assume whenever we get back to them, like with, we'll get to it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
yeah. And of course, Rusty Rose takes all of that information to the Chaos Council,
Yeah.
who are pretty desperate because they have no Sard,
Mm-hmm.
and now they are learning
There are
that
more.
there is a whole multiverse with more Sard.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, they're also just learning that the power crystal that they've been using to power their city is in fact just one Sard of a larger thing.
Yeah.
Very bad for them to have this information.
Very bad indeed.
Sonic gets taken back to the Resistance headquarters, where Ruse is also very upset with him.
Yep. Some chewing out happens, and Sonic tries to explain. He gets shown the palm, which he now has the context for from being in the Boss Cage maze, and he asks to just prove that he's not. They didn't bail out on them on purpose, that the Nine isn't a traitor, and then there's like some dialogue with like the other Resistance people being like, "Oh, we could put the screws on him," and
Yeah, and there's this I think unnamed cat character
mm-hmm.
who really wants to kill him.
really wants to kill Sonic.
He really wants to just fire that bazooka he's holding right at Sonic and vaporize it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And
That's her one character trait because he's a background character with no name.
yeah, she does not trust Sonic even when he's doing good.
Yeah.
And there's a line where Sonic, I think it's later actually. Never mind.
Yeah, because somebody says that what Sonic is saying is baloney, and then someone else says to put the screws to him to make him tell the truth. And then he makes a jab about how bologna and screws would taste terrible. And there are better ways to get like iron in your diet or whatever.
Yeah, and it was like jokes. No, none, please. Anyway.
Yeah, because they're in the grim dark universe.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention we're currently discussing episode 6, and I should mention this is written by Marcus Reinhardt.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. However, things get interrupted by the Chaos Council attacking vaguely in the area of where they are, because they were able to track the energy signature of Sonic to tell the approximate location of the Resistance base, or at least where the Resistance took Sonic.
Yeah.
If the Resistance are lucky, they will hopefully not find the base itself.
Yes. So they head to the surface to hopefully not lead them any further in and all that.
Yeah.
Some fighting occurs. And just in the nick of time, Nine reappears from a portal.
Yeah, a portal appears in the sky, and Nine, in some kind of fancy flying machine, comes out, with Sonic even being like, "Oh, you have a plane!" Sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nine opens the cockpit. Sonic jumps in and is all excited to continue to take the fight to the council.
Yeah! Yeah!
And then Nine turns around, opens the portal back up, and flies away.
And Sonic's like, hey, Tails, hey, Tails, Nine, sorry. Hey, Nine, we gotta go back. We gotta go help them.
And Nine is not having it.
He's like, I gotta show you what I did. I gotta show you what I mean. I opened a portal. I'm so cool.
And he's like, I call these things sadder spaces. That's what the different realities are called. I'm not going to use the term because there's no point.
Me neither. I personally find it annoying. But yeah.
But Nine takes Sonic to, in fact, another alternate universe that I deliberately didn't mention before now.
Yeah, because it's the fourth fucking universe. And in the lead up to the release, we knew that there were going to be four worlds.
Uh, yeah, but more from they didn't directly say it, but there was some color coding,
Yeah.
and in fact, the actually tie-in mobile game stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the four different sards. We haven't actually seen the sard for this universe, this fourth one,
Mm-hmm.
but it's actually a small circle.
Mm-hmm.
And I know this because the four sards are collectible items right now in Sonic Dash in the ongoing event where you can unlock Tails 9,
I
just
see.
9.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this fourth universe is dubbed by Nine as The Grim, did he say?
The Grim, yeah. Situation Grim was the episode title.
Yeah, and it has nothing in it.
Yeah.
Um, as Nine describes, it is completely empty.
Which Nine finds to be perfect.
Yes, because with this empty space, they, him and Sonic and no one else, can rebuild the world that Sonic had where they were friends, and then they can be happy and they can be friends together alone
Alone.
in this world.
It's an extension of Nine's persistent, like, lonerism. Like,
Yeah.
like to him, like he's been living already in a world with no one in it, and just having a broader space for that to build a whole world in it, like where he and Sonic can just be together and not have to worry about anyone else, just you and me together,
Yeah.
friends, no one else. That's just perfect for
And
Nine.
yeah, and it's very interesting,
Yeah.
and ultimately Sonic turns him down because Sonic needs to help the people of New York.
Mm-hmm. Nine is deeply uninterested in doing so.
Hmm. And he's upset about it, but he opens a portal to let Sonic return, and does not follow.
Mm-hmm. When Sonic does return, he's like, I know, I left again, but after we fight these monsters, these robots, you can go and screw my baloney, eh?
Yeah.
Just and it is pretty fun that he was telling Knuckles he can screw his baloney,
Yeah.
but
Um,
and they just this time after he comes back, they're like, well, better late than never.
yeah. Though they're still pretty annoyed with him and his constant disappearing.
Yeah.
Um, but the fight resumes and continues on, and eventually, Nine actually does come back.
Mm-hmm. And and he extends his offer again. Like, I'll do this, but then I'm going back to the Grim, and whether I do that alone or not is entirely up to you. Yeah, you come over to my
And
place.
ultimately, that is a decision point that Sonic never has to face
Yeah.
because the council, after observing that Nine can open portals and his craft is outfitted with the Sard, uh, they redouble their attacks on the Resistance, but only to distract them,
Mm-hmm.
and then separately put their efforts towards attacking Nine's SIP, eventually hitting it, capturing a tractor beam, and kidnapping him.
Mm-hmm.
The Resistance win their battle, though Rusty Rose notably does call for a retreat
Mm-hmm.
a bit. I think she tells the robots to finish them off, but she retreats.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, the robots are all defeated.
Yeah.
But Sonic is wondering where Nine is.
Yeah. So he.
And then he sees this big mothership that the council have launched,
Mm-hmm.
and he takes off for it at big speed, and once again starts getting surrounded by that energy.
Yeah.
And this time, when Sato appears and tells him not to stop, uh, Sonic finally, on a clean straightaway, and not in a situation where he has any issues, and currently being unaware that Nine has been kidnapped.
Yeah. Right. I think.
Uh,
Right. Okay. I remember now. In Boss Cage Maze, he was telling Sonic to keep going.
mm,
That was what's there. And
yeah,
then episode 6, don't stop.
and so Sonic is like, "All right, I won't stop," and he runs and runs and runs, and as he builds up speed, he creates a portal
Mm-hmm.
all on his own without anything else, and gets whisked off to a new world.
Yeah. Oh boy. Which brings us to the pirate land called No Place.
Episode 7, It Takes One to No Place, written by Omar Spahi, begins, and we arrive at No Place. And so now it's time to describe No Place. No Place is Pirate Land. Yo-ho! Yo-ho!
No.
Pirate Land.
No yo-ho.
Yes,
It's like, it's all just sea. And we find out in the episode that, like, it's still Green Hill, it's just fucking flooded.
Yeah. Unlike with the Jungle one, and the Jungle was also Green Hill. I don't know if we remember to mention that it was Green Hill. It's always Green Hill.
Yeah.
But like, there's a little bit of lip service to like, oh, the jungle is unnatural, indicating that the prism shard has caused everything to grow. Presumably, the prism shard is also responsible here, but it's never mentioned or even remarked upon beyond the fact that, oh, look, it's the loop-de-loop.
Yeah.
I think he notices the loop-de-loop every time.
Yeah.
It's a landmark they use.
Yeah, and it just feels like in No Place they are the show is even less interested in fleshing out the world that Sokka has ended up in.
Yeah. He ends up on a tiny island, the only island that exists. It is a tiny desert island. There are a few coconut trees. And he runs into... Let me get their names.
Yeah, there's fuck. Right, Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge is a pun on batten down the hatches, like you would in a pirate ship, but also Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Black Rose probably has the best name.
Black Rose just sounds like what you would call a pirate anyway.
Yeah, she's probably our favorite of the pirates here.
Yeah,
and,
there's also Sails, or as he's known in the credits, and I guess it's his merchandising name, Sails Tails.
Yep. Sure. He has one robotic tail.
Yeah, and then there's Knuckles the Dread, who is also sometimes just known as the Dread.
Yeah.
And this one's just called Knuckles, though.
Yeah.
It's just Knuckles with a title at the end.
Yeah.
Like, this one is literally just Knuckles, and then he was a pirate, so they called him Knuckles the Dread. Anyway, the gimmick of Baton Rouge is that she's a pirate.
Yes.
The gimmick of Black Rose is that she's a pirate.
Yes.
The gimmick of Sails is that he's a pirate.
Aye.
And oh right, there's also Catfish.
Who is
the
Big the Cat? Yeah.
Big the Cat one. The gimmick of which is that he's a pirate.
Yes.
And then there's Knuckles the Dread. The gimmick of which is that he's a pirate and he's washed up.
Yeah.
We'll get to him more.
We'll get to him. But in the immediate opening of Sokka running into the pirate versions of his friends, it's there's a certain quality to the writing.
Yeah.
Because they just start saying, "Oi! I think it's time we be pirating." Yeah, Catfish doesn't get much dialogue whatsoever. Freyo, you recall correctly. But
yeah,
like,
I don't know if Catfish actually got any dialogue. I mean,
yeah,
I assume he might have gotten something.
Maybe.
I think Ian Hanlon is credited as Catfish, so it's probably something in there.
Some kind of line, but yeah, they're like, "Oh, I'm going to pirate. Oh, I sure love to pirate."
And the way I describe this, because it's the only thing I could think of that could describe adequately the dialogue in this first scene on the island with the pirate, is Bubble Guppies level writing.
They're just like going "Arr" and talking about pirating while pointing their swords, and like they're playing pirates like children.
Yeah, and like now this is on purpose, as we will get to.
Mm-hmm.
It's a weird setup,
Yeah.
but they ruse Baton Ruse.
Mm-hmm.
Every ruse is still called Ruse, and every Amy is called something Rose.
Tails has no naming scheme. Neither does.
Yeah.
Neither
Well,
does Big.
Knuckles, like he's got Renegade Knucks and Knuckles the Dread, and I don't remember if Gnarly Knuckles is just called Gnarly in the show, or if they ever call him Gnarly Knuckles. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big has completely no
Naming scheme,
and neither does Tails in the show.
Yeah.
In merchandising, all of his forms are called Tails, but he's called Nine, what Dog Tails was called, and Sails.
Yeah.
Actually, in the show and dialogue. But yeah, Ruse, Pirate Ruse, threatens to kill Sonic, saying that dead men tell no tales.
Because Amy's like, oh, I don't know if our captain would be appreciative of us doing this without him here. And Baton Rouge is like, true, but dead men tell no tales.
Yeah, but then they chase him around the island with swords a bit, but then they just kind of get bored, I guess, and they don't kill him, and they're just like, well, we're going now.
And then Sonic is like, wait, I could be very helpful. I could do rowing. And they're like, well, I don't like rowing. And
I don't like rowing.
Well, I
We
don't
can't
like
do pirate
rowing
accents,
either.
I'm sorry. Can't do fucking pirate accents.
Oh, I don't like rowing either.
Anyway,
Yeah, and
they take him on, and he rows
really
away
fast.
very, very fast, and then they're at the boat immediately, which I don't think they ever introduce it by name,
No.
but in the next episode, Sonic just starts calling it by its name.
Yeah, which I forget. It's like what?
It's like the Angel something, like it seems to be named after Angel Island, I think. Anyway,
yeah. So they make it to they make it to the bridge of the ship.
yeah, they make it up to the ship. For some reason, Catfish, the big equivalent here, is drunk and passed out.
Yeah, that was weird.
He's just drunk and passed out. He wakes up very quickly, but
and Sonic is shortly after introduced to the captain, who he is shocked to learn is a Knuckles equivalent.
oh my goodness, he's already seen a Ruse, an Amy, a Tails, and a Big. Who could have imagined that next would be Knuckles?
And this causes Sonic to remember how he first met Knuckles.
For some reason here, at the third Knuckles he's met,
Yeah.
he has a flashback to a very weird truncated version of when they met in Sonic 3. It's the kind of flashback that gets the point across while not being technically accurate.
Yeah.
Like, Knuckles arrives at, I think, in the Master Emerald's chamber underground?
Something like that, yeah.
And rather than, the island, and Tails isn't there, and Sonic isn't Supersonic, but it's basically the events of them meeting If.
Yeah.
And then Sonic is like, oh, if he's anything like Knuckles, then we're going to fight as soon as we meet. Like they didn't when he met Renegade Knuck.
Yeah.
But they did when he met Gnarly Knucks, gnarly
But
Knuckles, but never had the flashback about it because
yeah,
that wasn't the time to have a Knuckles episode.
yeah. Knuckles the Dread definitely seems like he's got more focus on. He's the only one with any focus on him in these pirate episodes, beside with the possible exception of Black Rose, as we're going to get to. But
Yes, but in a similar way to how like in the Bosscade's Maze, it was mostly about Thorn Rose, and then like the only other character that was really important was
Primrose,
Primrose,
yeah,
because the other three, the guys, just kind of were all fighting over the food,
yeah,
and they didn't really do much.
yeah, yeah.
But Knuckles the Dread is here, and Sonic decides that he's going to have to fight, so he grabs a sword and gets ready to fight.
Mm-hmm.
But as it turns out, Knuckles the Dread is just here to throw a party!
Woo! Yeah.
Oh, the cannon fires confetti! Oh,
What?
time to eat some sea dogs. They're a
What's a
bit like
seat?
chili dogs.
Whoa!
Oh, what's it made of? You don't want to know.
Yeah!
It's delicious! Don't ask what it's made of.
Oh, I could just keep eating and eating. Oh. And
Yeah.
anyway.
But they throw a big party. Big is there playing on a lute or whatever. They're having a great time.
Mhm.
And Sonic is he gets pulled into the fun, and he just parties all night.
And they
And
party all night.
he wakes up in the morning, almost falls off the side of the boat,
Mhm.
which wakes him up real fast.
Yeah, yeah.
And Sonic wants to talk about the Sard because he wants to get to the Sard so he can get back to to New York because
Yeah.
he didn't mean to travel through dimensions.
Yeah.
He didn't know that would happen.
Yeah.
But ultimately,
Uh-huh.
there's like this thing where like Black Rose recognizes when Sonic describes the Sard as being the Devil's Lighthouse.
I feel like mentioning every time Sonic brings up shards, everyone's like, shard. What the
Right.
fuck is a shard? What's a
There's a-
shard?
There's a weird amount of just everyone being really confused about the concept of a Sard. And you'd think that the thing would be a Sard of what? Not like, what is a Sard?
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes it contextually makes sense. Like when the Doctor's Eggmen are like, what's this Sard he's
Because
referring
they only know
to?
about the one shard they have.
Yeah, which they didn't even know was a Sard. But like
Yeah.
they're also super geniuses who are in a exact position to have all the pieces to come together to understand what's going on, rather than some strange guy is asking about a Sard.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't. The reaction is just not quite right, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, Black Rose is like, oh, it be the Devil's Lighthouse, and then Captain Pirate Knuckles the Dread is like, we don't talk
about it.
growls. And then Black Rose is like, which is something we don't talk about.
Yeah.
And then they party, and then in the morning, Sonic's like, I'd like to talk about this Devil's Lighthouse thing, and Knuckles is like, we don't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have another party.
And
And Sonic's like, but we just had a party, and I think, if I remember correctly, the crew are all visibly tired.
yeah, this is what they do all day.
Basically, as Knuckles' old crew arrives and they start raiding the ship. Apparently, it's just something they do all the time. Knuckles reveals when Sonic tries to motivate the crew to get into battle stations. Knuckles reveals that they have never been in a fight, or he reveals it later. I think.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Later, yeah.
but it is shown that Knuckles is the only one who's an actual pirate, and basically, Knuckles was the most feared pirate on the sea.
Mhm.
He was called Knuckles the Dread, and he had his crew. and he was after this most mystical of treasures called the Devil's Lighthouse, which is a mystical glowing stone on top of a rocky spire, surrounded by rocky spires. It seems to be that this particular shard is in the same location in Green Hill that the Paradox Prism was initially,
Yes.
because it's up on the top of a peak, so it seems to be about in the same location.
Yeah.
That was my impression anyway.
Okay.
Um, but he managed to get a map to it, and he got there, but it was surrounded in fog and all these rocky spires, and he rushed into it, and he tried to navigate through, but he ended up, his ship crashed, terrible things. His crew abandoned him because he didn't seem to care about any of them.
Yeah.
They randomly nominated another one of them to be the captain, and Knuckles basically lost his fire and lost his will to he lost his will to pirate. So he just kind of whiles his days away doing nothing with a crew made of people who have never actually been in a fight, have never actually raided a ship, and I still think it was a bit much, but that's why when they are first meet Sonic, they're playing at pirating. Because they're really not pirates, and they really are playing at pirating.
Yeah. Also, when Knuckles' former crew raids, like aboards them, Sonic manages to fight back, which then emboldens the other crew members to join in, while Knuckles the Dread only watches on.
Yeah.
And by the end, the crew has been fought back, and they're like, "Oh, we give up," and then Black Rose, standing over this demoralized crew, is like, I've been waiting a long time for this. Time to deal out some pirate's justice. And she just sounds bloodthirsty in that moment.
And she has her cutlass, and she's pointing with it, ready to deal out that pirate justice. But Sonic steps in from the side and is like, and by pirate justice, you mean sending them on their way and telling them not to bother us again, or something like that.
And in the background, like the crew are like nodding, like that yeah.
And then Black Rose is like, oh, very well.
Yeah.
Or something, and
yeah.
It's neat. There isn't a lot of depth to the pirate versions of the characters in somewhat of a similar way as the jungle versions didn't have much depth, but the difference is the pirate versions are fairly fun.
Yeah. Eventually, I don't know if I'm skipping too far ahead or not, but like eventually they get attacked by another ship that appears.
Yeah, I think because the flashback with Knuckles talking about his going after the Devil's Lighthouse happened after the crew were fought off, because after Sonic takes the initiative to fight off Knuckles' old crew, all of Knuckles' current crew arbitrarily nominate and elect Sonic as their new captain.
Yep. And Knuckles is like, so you'll be stealing my crew then? And Sonic's like, oh no, and Dread is like, fine.
Yeah, because again, he's lost all of his fire, he's lost all of his motivation, so he just gives in, and I believe that is when he also, eventually relents and reveals his whole backstory.
Yeah.
And then I think right at the end of episode 7, a new ship appears to attack them. A big submarine that is being led by one Rusty Rose.
Dun dun dun. Because there were some cutaways to to 9 and like.
Yeah. So basically, Nine has been being held by the council.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Throughout episode 7 and 8, they sort of press him for information. Nine makes a big show of being like, "Oh, I don't really care about Sonic. He left me behind."
Mm-hmm.
Um, Sort of seeming trying to ingratiate himself to the council.
Yeah.
Um, and also telling them that they shouldn't kill Sonic because
He's
his
a
energy and stuff.
he's like a big old battery.
Yeah, and then you shouldn't just kill him without understanding what that's all about.
Mm-hmm.
And it does seem like he's just trying to make sure Sonic's going to be okay in whatever way he can.
Mm-hmm.
And I forget if it was episode 7 or episode 8, but there's a part where like he's like trying to just be the science boy alongside them, and then they just have him electrocuted
Uh-huh.
with a sock prod, and it's like, wow, they fucking suck. I hate them,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and feel bad for Nine.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so Rusty Rose is now in the in no place.
Yeah, and around this time we are moving into, I believe, the events that are covered in episode 8.
Mm-hmm.
There's no ARG in Team, written by Justin Peniston.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so Captain Sonic and the crew eat shit.
Yeah, so Rusty Rose demands of the captain of the ship to surrender. The crew informs Rusty Rose that in fact Sonic is the captain.
And there's a really fun moment with Rusty Rose
Yeah.
where she's like, Sonic is the captain. I wish I was programmed to laugh.
And I just want to mention, like, throughout both episode 8 and a bit in episode 6 when we see her, Rusty gets a lot more character.
Certainly more than she got in the first 3 episodes.
Yeah, where she gets to be very snide, very deadpan and snarky.
Yeah.
And it's very fun.
Honestly, works much better.
Mm-hmm.
Makes for her for a more interesting villain.
Yeah, and the ship is basically totaled. Sonic tells the crew to go to their battle stations, but this is where Captain Knuckles, the Dread, is like, they don't know how to fight. They've never been in a fight. They were technically just in a fight,
Yeah,
but that was their literal first fight. So it's not like. Point is, they don't know what the battle stations are because they've never been trained to go to battle stations.
Mm-hmm.
So like Sails is just hiding in a barrel because he is scared, for instance.
Yeah.
The blasters of the egg forcers, keep forgetting the names.
Mm-hmm.
Of the egg forcers, like put a big hole in the ship and it starts to sink.
Mm-hmm.
And then Rusty Rose lays eyes on Black Rose.
Yeah.
And Black Rose lays eyes on Rusty Rose. And they are both surprised. And then Rusty, like, glitzes out.
Yeah.
And calls off the attack.
Mm-hmm.
Declaring that they don't need to, destroy a sinking ship.
Mm-hmm.
And then the sub moves on and moves away.
Yeah.
And this seems to be the beginning of what will probably be what's going on with Rusty, probably within the next 8 episodes or so.
Yeah. Which is exciting.
Mm-hmm. But that still leaves Sonic with a ship that is actively sinking.
And when he's like, oh, I don't know how to captain, but I know someone who does. And then he finds out Knuckles the Dread is abandoning ship.
Yep, he is not going down with the ship, he is rowing away, and Sonic tries to appeal to him, trying to tell him that, do it for your crew, and then Knuckles he knows would never give up, and Knuckles Dread simply replies that he gave up a long time ago. And eventually one of many Sonic's pleas is that you'll be forever known as the legendary Knuckles the Dread if you get the treasure.
Yeah.
And in a not great moment, Knuckles the Dread does return, literally only because he wants the treasure.
Yeah. So throughout the show, there's like this kind of idea, like certainly with you see it more with Tails, but like there's this sort of impression that like each version of these characters exhibits some kind of bit of the original version of themselves, like they resemble themselves. There's a
Yeah.
bit of that original person in them, like with Nine.
Yeah, the New Yoke folks are the closest, with the exception of
Rusty
Rusty
Rose,
Rose,
yeah.
who is a cyborg. But then Thorn Rose is basically just Amy. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then like here, Sails, he for some reason, similar to Nine, he has a single robotic belt tail with a hand on it, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
why do you need two different versions of tails that have robot tails?
I don't get
Anyway,
it. Yeah, but
um,
so when you make a Knuckles that is so selfish and so antagonistic, and as we're gonna find out, like just there's going to be some sadism directed towards this Knuckles,
yeah,
which was already present with when we were getting Sticks the Badger Knuckles.
mm-hmm.
Things get murky and upsetting, kind of
Yeah,
offensive actually, pretty offensive. Cause yeah, there's like they go toward onward to where
yeah.
the lighthouse is.
Well, not yet,
Can I say?
because Knuckles Dread returns, and then he assembles the crew and gets them to do maintenance on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
They fix it all up. Very awkwardly, like they use the party lights to reassemble the mast,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a bit silly.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the whole of Pirate Land is a bit silly.
Yeah.
But once the ship is all fixed up, they start on their way to to get to
The lighthouse, the Devil's
Devil's
Lighthouse. Yeah.
Lighthouse, the Devil's Lighthouse before Rusty Rose does.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a part, I forget exactly where it goes, where Rusty is in communication with Doctor Deep,
Yeah.
but the radio transmission through dimensions breaks up, so she isn't ultimately able to get any orders or to relay any information back to them.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Um, but with the ship restored, Sonic like runs around in circles to make a whirlwind to power the sails,
Yeah.
and they go off to oh right, also there was a little bit where a robot scanned Sonic's shoes and got the ability to track the shard from his shoes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Um but the Knuckles ship catches up,
Uh huh.
and they begin having a proper fight.
Mm-hmm.
Um, with them manning the cannons and trying to fire cannonballs, and oh, it's not working very good.
But
then Catfish accidentally loads the cannon with a sea dog.
yeah, and when it fires off, it's the one projectile that actually does anything because it falls onto the enemy ship and then makes one of the robots slip and fall.
So then they just stop firing cannonballs, and they just keep opening their big barrels of sea dogs, loading the
And
cannons with them and firing them.
and they defeat the ship via shenanigans.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of it personally. It feels a bit
It's undercutting.
feels a bit out of place. This much silliness in a show that is otherwise fairly serious. Like it has silly moments, but like in general, this is a show that deals with real emotions. It deals with real stakes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
So
I forget exactly how it goes order-wise, but at some point, like the sails on the ship get collapsed, and so Sonic has to tow the ship,
it's in a
and
very like big in this moment where Knuckles Red is like, I'll use those shoes to pull us, to tow us, and Sonic's like, I don't know about this, and then
yeah,
Knuckles
because
does, yeah.
we didn't mention it, but during the fight with Knuckles' old crew, Sonic learned that his shoes. Right, we didn't even mention Sonic's shoes and gloves transform every time he's in a new world.
Yeah,
In the Boss Cade's maze, the jungle world, he had Wolverine claws,
it didn't really
and
matter.
it's very video gamey,
Hmm.
and it technically comes up in the action scene choreography, but it doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, and here, like, last episode probably, Sonic learns that he can float over water.
Yeah,
Um,
which Knuckles mentions when he's like, "Oh, you use those shoes and you can tow us," and he throws Sonic into the water.
and Sonic is like, ah! Before realizing, wait a minute, Cluster, he's floating above the water.
And like, I can understand him like being like, "Ah, I'm being thrown into the water," but then ultimately going, "Oh, right,
Right.
I can do this." But he doesn't act like, "Oh, right, I can do this."
He
It's like,
looks very
"Whoa!"
confused.
It's like he's finding it out for the first time.
The second time, yeah, for the first time.
It's yeah.
It's kind of rough, and
But he ends up towing the ship, and at some point, like Rusty Rose sends robots to get the Prism Shard, and Sonic's like, Knuckles, you need to learn how to spin.
yeah, that again, and then
And then he throws Knuckles, and then Knuckles does homing attacks across the robots.
and then he glides.
He glides and homing attacks, and it's just there. Um, and while that's going on, a lot of action scenes, a lot of stuff happening. The exact order doesn't really matter that much. But Baton Rouge and the rest board the enemy ship, and they manage to defeat the robots. But then Rusty Rose appears,
Hmm.
who is quite a bit more formidable.
Yes.
I forget exactly how it goes down, but they do manage to defeat her,
Hmm.
and they end up in a situation where they've got her hands bound, I think,
Hmm.
Rusty's, and C and Black Rose are there looking at each other,
And
and then
then
Baton Rouge is
it's
looking between them,
just like, is it just me, or do you two look quite alike? And
and
then
and then Sales is like, I think we should tie her up or something.
yeah, and then there's this really fun like physical moment where Rusty Rose is just like, and
And I believe that's the last time we see Rusty, because Knuckles is cackling about how the treasure is finally his,
yeah.
as he fights off the robots, and Sonic
Hmm.
goes to his aid, or tries to,
Hmm.
because Knuckles ends up like falling, and the
There's
Sard
some
is on the beat.
yeah. There's
Mhm.
this is where the sadism comes in. His eyes are twitching, and it's like it's
Yeah,
very the One Ring kind of.
it's very like, oh, he's gone mad with wanting the treasure.
And it's not good. It doesn't make the show good. It makes it feel
It makes
worse.
it worse.
Hmm.
It makes the show actively worse.
Yeah.
But he ends up falling and dropping the Sard onto the sand.
Hmm.
Um, Sonic rushes after it, of course, being encircled in energy again,
Hmm.
meaning that Shadow appears in front of him again,
Hmm.
telling him to keep going and not stop, and all those things that he tells
Hmm.
Sonic to do.
Yeah.
And Sonic ends up colliding with the Sard next to a non-conscious Knuckles,
Yeah.
and teleporting again. And then Knuckles wakes up and is like, "Ha ha ha! I have my treasure!" And it's
Yeah.
bad, as we were mentioning.
It's really bad. Yeah. And then
And
Sonic.
the final part of episode 8 is that Sonic once again is in the gap between dimensions when we see Shadow's foot kicking a purple crystal, and it collides with Sonic, stopping him from moving from one reality to another.
Mm-hmm.
And then he sees Shadow, and
Yeah.
Sonic, not realizing that that is actually Shadow, even though he's not even wearing an outfit. Of course, that's the real one.
But he's like, I don't have time to deal with whatever Shadow you are. I need to go back home.
Yeah, and then
Shadow is like, home? Home? Our home doesn't exist anymore. All because of you!
yeah, and then he attacks Sonic with his fist out, and that's the cliffhanger we end on, is that they're going to fight
Again.
again.
Yep.
And Shadow's the one starting it.
Again.
Again.
It's weird because, like, throughout the show, like, Shadow's communicating with Sonic, and it's like, oh, he's gonna help Sonic.
But it seems that it's...
I remember, like, when the trailers are coming out, we're like, oh, at least he's not gonna be, like, fighting him all the time.
Yeah, because the tone he was taking did not feel combative.
Mm-hmm. But apparently the whole time he was just like, come on, get here so I can beat your fucking ass.
Yeah, because it seems that he kept trying to get Sonic to go to the gap between dimensions until finally he was able to be, I guess, in the right place at the right time. He was probably getting closer every time.
Yeah.
To interrupt Sonic as he moved between the dimensions, so that he could take out his anger on him, I guess.
I guess so. And I think y'all mentioned, like, off stream, like, there's gonna be a fight, and he's probably gonna, like, just calm down for episode 9 and be like, and they'll talk.
They'll probably talk. At the very least, Shadow will be a character, probably. He probably won't be in every episode, because I won't be surprised if he just, like, starts being in the background, but maybe he'll be coming Sonic anywhere? I don't know.
Yeah.
At the very least, Shadow is probably going to have a bigger role in the next 8 episodes.
Yeah.
And maybe even they'll concoct a plan that might lead to them, fixing the universe, which is currently destroyed.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see. So, those are all the episodes.
Yes. And that's all the worlds and all the characters.
I have here in my document, we can mention just about the music overall, now that we've covered all the episodes. Like,
yes. We stopped a bit to talk a bit about, like, the musical interrupts, and there were a couple more, like, musical parts in, like, episodes 7 and 8, because there's like Big playing on the banjo, and it's like, oh, fun, happy pirate party music, and then later Sails has that same, like, lute or whatever it is, and he's playing it with his robot hand, and now it's an electrical guitar sound.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, we're doing a cool thing. And much like the other times when we were briefly doing a bit of music, it ends very suddenly.
Yeah. Like, also there's, like, the very generic pirate music that plays.
Yes, so...
Knuckles starts to sing along with it, but, like, it doesn't go together at all?
So... Yeah, you keep on.
It just feels like one of these was made... They're not made at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, and they were not listening to each other when they were making them.
Yeah. So basically, depending on where in the Satterverse we get a bit of a different musical feel. In Boss Cave Grove, we get a very generic, jungle-y sound.
In Boss Cage Maze, yeah.
whatever. Um, in Pirate Land,
No place. Yeah.
we yeah. I always preferred Western Land. You can have hootenannies. In Pirate Land, we get this very like, oh, it's high seas adventure times. Oh, we're here in Pirate Land music.
Yeah.
Um, whereas in New York City, we get the same music we get in the beginning in Green Hill Zone because it's actually just the regular place that's the primary setting. It's the part that matters, so it doesn't have themed generic music. It instead has unthemed generic music.
Yeah.
The score is very just like film score with its sort of strings and its like dramatic sounding things, and it's got the stings in the right places to accentuate things, but
Yeah.
without any particular music that really speaks to anyone.
There's like
And
these yeah, there's these moments that like these moments of like big music happening like with the guitars, with the slow walking in episode 2,
yeah,
like and where it's like the people making the music here clearly want to flex their muscles more than they're getting to, but like it's not working in a way that organically enhances the show's soundtrack.
yeah, every time it feels out of place when they do the big music moments, and
Mm-hmm.
and there's a credit for a main theme. I'm not sure which it is. It might be the theme that plays during the credits, because by the way, there's no opening.
There's no opening to this show. Like I remember,
Like,
the,
there's a
the night
brief title card with like no music, but that's it.
when we were watching the first 2 episodes, like we were like, okay, first episode, no opening, that makes sense, okay, whatever. But like the next episode, after we heard the end credits, it was like, oh, that's probably gonna be the opening theme. And oh, Freyo says I was so disappointed by no opening. I mean, yeah, because Sonic shows have had openings. Adventures
Yeah,
of Sonic the Hedgehog, Saturday M, Underground, Sonic X, which gets referenced in the show, not well, but like,
yeah.
yeah,
In episode 5, Sonic twice in relatively close succession, without the situation calling for it, says the words "gotta go fast."
yeah. And the thing is, when you put that into the script in your Sonic show, it just tells me you don't actually take Sonic seriously.
I mean, it definitely is not a line that feels remotely organic or natural.
Mm-hmm. It's just, oh,
Um,
Sonic's so funny, he's a joke. It's the Sonic gotta go fast meme.
yeah, but the credits theme itself is very happy-go-lucky and light, and it feels like I've heard this in like 7 other cartoons.
It feels like it could be the opening theme to Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures or whatever.
Yeah, and it does not mess at all with the actual general tone, which it's not like it has a grim tone. It has a fairly light tone,
Yeah.
but like Sonic is dealing with regret. He is dealing with, having disappointed his friends. There are stakes of, the universe and the world, and like there is threat of death even. It's not said like very, very openly, but you know, Sonic comes very close to being dead and brutally murdered and tortured to death a couple different times.
Mm-hmm.
And like
Yeah.
the show definitely is a show that has stakes and action, and it's a sort of adventuresome action show, and I have no idea what the credits theme is about.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess that's our thoughts on the music. So I think it's finally time to get into voice acting.
Yes, so we haven't been talking about voice acting much. We've been talking a little bit. So, um, in general,
Yeah.
um, the voice acting cast for this are all, I think, completely new to Sonic. Well, not completely new to Sonic, because
Brian Drummond.
Brian Drummond is here.
Yeah.
But for the most part, these are folks who have not voice acted in Sonic, and certainly not in these roles.
Yeah.
And the reason is that this is actually a Canadian animation done by a Canadian studio. And fun little thing about when you do a cartoon in Canada, there are Canadian labor laws that come into effect due to the ACTRA, the Canadian sort of like performance union for
Yeah.
performers of all sorts. They negotiated terms first during NAFTA and then the thing that came after NAFTA.
Yeah.
But it's part of the trade agreement with the United States and Canada
Yeah.
and also Mexico, where basically out of a fear that American productions would take over Canada and leave no room for any Canadian voice.
Which is not an unfounded fear, given how much America is happy to use Canada as a cheap, beautiful backdrop.
Yep, yep.
Just gonna mention, Smallville, like Superman's Smallville, is always in Canada, not in Kansas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so basically there are various protections in place to make sure that Canadian talent should get used if Canadian suiting is happening. And there's ways that non-Canadian actors can come in and do suiting for film, but not really for voiceover.
Yeah.
It's not technically speaking impossible. It would just be way more trouble than a voice actor would ever want to go through because of how voice acting works.
Exactly.
So, long story short, you get Canadian voice casts in a lot of cartoons because cartoons a lot of the time are made in Canada because they are cheaper.
And there's this a lot of people heard about that vaguely and got the gist of oh, it's for Canadian culture. That's what gets brought up, but
yeah, and it was that was the talking point that was used by ACTRA.
Yeah. But I would just like to
Mhm.
I would just like to gently put forward to people who find themselves kind of grossed out by that on principle that that can be what's the talking point, but Canadian actors, they gotta act, they gotta get paid, and unfortunately, they there's not as much. There's not much stopping America from just kind of consuming the whole talent pool unless there's something with the union protecting the workers' jobs.
Mm-hmm. And ACTRA is a union.
Mm-hmm. This is a good thing.
Yeah, ACTRA, they represent workers. That's what unions do. So that's how we got these VAs, in a general legal sense. But yeah, I have, just for reference, I'm on the Wikipedia page. We did independently confirm this with the crediting on the show, but it's easier than going to the show and looking at the credits every time. So I guess I'll just go down the list as it's presented on Wikipedia, and we'll just talk about the voice actors and how we feel about them.
Makes sense, yeah.
First off, Devin Mack, who voices Sonic the Hedgehog, and also the 3 lines Orbot and Cubot get in episode 1.
Yeah, no thoughts about those, but
yeah, the Orbot and Cubot lines.
Yeah, yeah. But Sonic. Devin Mack does a pretty good job as Sonic, I think. But I tell you what, he really saves this show from a lot of embarrassment it could have been put under if a white guy was cast. Because throughout the show, as Cluster pointed out to me off stream, there's lots of slang terms, there's kicks, there's fam, peeps, lots of cool young person slang that's cool because black people say it.
Yeah,
it's the common practice of using AAE, African American English, to and kind of exploiting it for your production to lend yourself coolness. And with Devin Mack, they found a talented voice actor who can pull off these lines without making them sound disingenuous, and he does really well, I think. I don't really like Sonic in this show, but Devin really does a lot with the material he's given, and I can tell he has the range to really do good as Sonic.
Yeah. I think he's a really, really good Sonic, and that's what makes it kind of disappointing that he doesn't get the best script here.
It really gets held back by Sonic Prime deciding it needs to just explain multiverses to the children watching it.
And not in a terribly great way.
Yeah,
I feel like some of what they do is just going to confuse children because they're not being more direct about it.
and I just can't help but think, you know, kids watched Spider-Man No Way Home. Kids watch the
Hmm.
Marvel movies.
They probably watched Into the Spider Verse.
Yeah, and there is just so much multiverse happening in super films. It's
Hmm.
just kind of it kind of makes Sonic Prime feel like it's behind the times, to feel like it has to like really just get deep into this, or not deep, but like just that to have to explain this when it's not even that deep in this show.
Yeah, I mean it isn't even a proper multiverse because it's
Yeah.
all created and shallow mostly.
Ultimately, though, in terms of Devin Mack, he does really well with the material he's given.
Yeah, I am personally holding on to a bit of hope that like as the series progresses, that maybe we'll have a bit less forced conflict and a bit more just
Mm-hmm.
maybe better dialogue.
Yeah.
Because some of the dialogue is just kind of eh.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just hoping that Devin Mack gets better material and that we can just get better because the performance is already really good. Just needs the script to catch up.
Yeah. And what's next?
Next up is actually a voice actor returning who has voiced on Sonic before.
For back in the day, Sonic Underground featured Knuckles for the first time in an American cartoon, voiced by Brian Drummond.
And Brian Drummond is back on Sonic. It's been over 20 years now, but Brian Drummond is here,
He's
and
returning
he is
as
now.
Locke. That's a
Yeah,
callback.
if you were to believe random people on the internet,
Mm-hmm.
uh, Brian Drummond voices Dr. Eggman, Mr. Dr. Eggman, and Dr. Dunnett. That's the old man.
Yeah.
And gosh, I wish Dr. Eggman was in this so more because I really like Brian Drummond's take on the character.
He actually does really well. It's like probably like the best. Freya writes, "OMG, I nearly forgot about that fake Locke rumor. It's really unfortunate because like someone seemed to have just edited the IMDb page and then for the purposes of like some people had to respond because Locke is a character that can't be used in Sonic without licensing.
Yeah,
Um, a response was called for, and it was just a messy, annoying situation from the people
yeah.
who fucked around. But yeah,
Um, but yeah, Dr. Eggman. You were talking about Brian Drummond's performance.
yeah, it's actually probably the best English performance of Eggman I've heard from any voice actor besides y'all, of course, since Dean Bristow.
I definitely feel like this is more in tune with Dean Bristow, which I love because I adore what Dean Bristow did back
Mm-hmm.
in the
God,
Adventure
yeah,
Games and Heroes.
yeah, he did so well.
He was really, really good. When I do an Eggman voice, I'm mostly trying to tune into Dean Bristow's performance because
Yeah,
he is, to me, just like top tier, and I really want Eggman, the real Eggman, to appear more in the show so I can hear Brian Drummond more as the real Eggman, so I
yeah,
can sort of compare him doing Eggman, not Mr. Dr. Eggman, who is just kind of he's just kind of mild Eggman.
yeah,
I want spicy Eggman back.
yeah. Hmm.
But yeah, unfortunately, because we mostly get Mr. Dr. Eggman and Dr. Dunnett from Brian Drummond, I don't have as much to work with.
What we
Um,
have is really fun.
yeah, when he is Eggman in the first episode and in the flashbacks, I like it and I want
Mm-hmm.
to hear more of it because
Yeah,
he, as Eggman, he has that Eggman intensity.
yeah.
And Mr. Dr. Eggman is just kind of there.
Mm-hmm.
The script and the character don't call for that intensity, so I don't get that intensity I want.
Something that happens in this show is that like a voice actor can do really well with one version of the character and then not with the next.
Mm. Um,
Who's
But
next?
next we have Ashley Ball. Um,
Oh, Freya writes, it's strange that they include regular Eggman on the poster, even though they hardly use them compared to the Council. Yeah, it's really disappointing that there's very little regular Eggman.
yeah, I'd like to think that maybe there'll be more of him in the second or third parts,
Hmm.
but who knows at this point. But Ashley Ball, who people may know Ashley Ball from voicing, at least I know her from My Little Pony Friendship is Magic.
Mm-hmm. Voicing
Uh,
Rainbow Dash?
Rainbow Dash and Applejack, I believe.
Wonderful.
And
Love
but
both those voices.
Rainbow Dash is a more prevalent one because her Rainbow Dash voice is pretty similar to the voice she uses for Miles, Tails, Prower, as well as Nine, Dogtails, and Sails.
Yeah. I just love hearing her every time, so I'm really glad that she's here.
As soon as I saw that Ashley Ball was in the cast, I was like, the Tails.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Tails right there. And not only is it Tails, that's a perfect Tails. That's a Tails that's going to sound great.
Yeah.
And that's a perfect, and she's a great Tails.
Ashley Ball has done Great as Tales, and she has really, really sold Nine. Like, Nine
Yeah.
really works because of the hard work she did to, like, really make you feel for Nine.
And I do want to point out that like her regular Tails voice for regular Tails, which is only present in the first episode in flashbacks,
Mm-hmm.
is really good, and it is not her voice for Nine.
Yeah.
Nine has a deeper voice. Nine is less enthusiastic. He's more jaded. He's more cynical, and he really feels like his own character with her performance. And she does such a good job.
Mm-hmm.
As for Dogtails, he's just kind of a dog, and I just am uncomfortable with the script. So
Yeah.
And Sails is just Tails, but doing a pirate voice. The pirate land is not very deep.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's next?
But when it comes to regular Tails, what little we get, and Nine, which we get a lot of, beautiful from Ashley Ball. Love it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Next, we have Adam Nurata as Knuckles the Echidna, and that's it.
Yeah, that Knuckles voice for Adam Narada. Adam Narada's Knuckles voice. Not good at all.
No, Adam Nurata only appears in Episode 1 and in the flashbacks because he only voices main universe Knuckles.
Yep.
Every other Knuckles is a different voice actor who we'll get to.
Yep. And we'll talk about him, but right now, Adam Narada. I can't want him less.
I don't like it. The moment he opened his mouth to talk in the first episode, I hated it. And then the moment Renegade Nux talked and opened his mouth, I literally exclaimed out loud, "Oh, so you get to sound decent."
And at that
Because
time,
because it was the first time we heard him talk, and I was so frustrated with all the times we heard Knuckles, the regular one, talk.
and like at that time, we didn't know that it was a different voice actor.
Yeah,
We thought the voice actor was just doing something different.
Yeah, I'm not personally familiar with Adam Nurata, so I just thought he was tapping into a different part of his voice for the Renegade version.
A much better part of his voice that sounded more like Knuckles. And Raphael sometimes for the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, he's got a bit of an accent for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, but when it comes to the basic Knuckles the Echidna, his voice is way, way too deep. It's so deep that there's like no emotion I get out of it.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm Knuckles the Echidna, basically, and...
It was the same feeling I got when we first heard Knuckles in the movie.
Yeah. Where it's also way too deep for some reason. And then... Yeah, I don't...
Freya writes, I had no idea Knuckles had different VAs. I was wondering why regular Knuckles was so deep compared to the other versions. Yeah, we were wondering that too.
Honestly, Freya, the only reason we know is that we were looking at the Wikipedia article because we were thinking, oh, we could use this as a reference for to keep us on track for the episodes and whatnot when we're doing the review here. And then we saw that Adam Nurata was only credited for Knuckles and not the other ones.
And we saw Vincent Tong was. And we were like, what the fuck is that? And we looked at the credits, and
we
sure enough. Yeah. So that's
But
fucked.
yeah, Adam Narada is the only VA here that I am actively I actively just dislike his take.
A- Absolutely no love for it myself.
I don't want him to keep being Knuckles unless he significantly changes his performance. And honestly, with how good Vincent Tong is doing, just I'd rather him be Knuckles, the regular
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
But he's already basically Knuckles.
He's Knuckles everywhere else. I don't know how that happened.
I don't know. Like it feels like there's a story there, but I don't know what it is.
Hmm.
Um, but next up on our list, since we have nothing nice to say, might as well stop saying anything at all.
Hmm.
San and San Kent.
Oh, I have nothing but nice thing to say about her.
She is Amy Rose, Rusty Rose, Thorn Rose, and Black Rose. And she's really, really good.
I fucking love her. She's like, oh man. Oh wow, like she's probably the best Amy Rose English voice actress that we've heard since Lisa Ortiz from the Four Kids cast. Freya writes, I
She
adore her too. She is so good.
she just like is sounds very personable. She has a lot of emotion in her voice, but then like with Rusty Rose, she does that inorganic computer voice and that deadpan delivery for the funny parts for her so well. And like
Yeah.
honestly, I think a big part of why I started just really warm up to Rusty Rose by the end is just San and San Ken's performance.
It's just it's a revelation. Just like, wow, this actress does Amy really well.
And it's like I want more of her as Amy. I want to hear more of this. And we're gonna get to, thankfully, because there's gonna be more of this cartoon, and she's gonna be
Yeah.
doing Amy, and it's gonna be really good.
I tell you what, she and Devin Mack both and Ashley Ball to some extent, they both sound like along the same register as their American equivalents in the games. But like there's being in the same vocal register, but then there's like acting chops and like the ability to perform. And Shan Chan Kent does something just really incredible here that I just don't hear elsewhere. Like in recent games. Like it just I am really, really impressed with Shannon.
Honestly, if I can just get to hear more of her as the regular Prime Universe Amy Rose,
Mm-hmm.
and if I keep liking what I'm hearing, which I think I would if I got to hear more of that,
Yeah.
she might just become my top Amy VA.
And she would have earned it because like
Mm-hmm.
we're hearing good stuff here only in the first 8 episodes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thorn Rose basically was also just more regular Amy.
Yeah, so I think back to that one whenever I'm thinking of like her Amy.
Mm-hmm. And then Black Rose is again, it's Amy doing a pirate voice.
Yeah, and it's cute. She's probably the cutest of all of them.
She's very fun, Black Rose, and definitely Sen and Sen Kent is to be praised for it.
Absolutely.
Um. So yeah, unless we have more to say about her, we can move on
Then we move on. Yeah,
to Ian Hanlon.
that's Shadow the Hedgehog and Big the Cats.
Yeah, so Ian Hanlon is, I think, the only VA here to be voicing like two very prominent heroic characters.
Yeah.
Not counting multiple versions. He is the one and the only Shadow the Hedgehog, since, as we discussed, Shadow does not have any alternates.
Mm-hmm.
And he is Big the Cat, and all the other Bigs.
Yeah.
We don't get to hear a lot of him in either role, because Big is mostly relegated to cameos, except for the worst version of Big.
Yeah.
And Shadow just has been mostly out of the way.
Yeah.
But what I've heard of him as Big, I've really enjoyed.
Yeah, actually.
Big the Cat, when he was originally voiced back in Sonic Adventure, it was a difficult thing. And
Yeah.
I'm not blaming the
John St.
VA
John.
for it, John St. John, because I believe it's something he has publicly stated regret about because it just didn't quite work the way they wanted it.
Yeah, with like in the Japanese voice, like
Yeah,
it's clearly like he's an old grandpa. He
Big the
speaks
cat.
slowly.
Big the cat in Japanese is always been voiced by men who are in their 60s and 70s, and he does a very typical um, speaking rather slowly, taking his time, old man kind of voice,
Hmm.
which doesn't really have an English language equivalent because what Big's voice was in Sonic Adventure and the games in general was an English voice actor basically mimicking that Japanese delivery, and it just does not work in English, really.
And per the recounting of the English voice actors for Rouge at the time, Lonnie Manoa, the voice direction was very strict. And there wasn't a lot of wiggle room for like the voice actor to be like, but like this doesn't kind of work. Can we do something else? And it was just kind of a flat no back then. Just like no, we're doing it like this because we want it to be like this, and then
Yeah.
the voice actor would just have to kind of deal with it.
And, it's part of, I think, the trouble with the fact that Sonic Adventure was one of the earliest games to have fully voice acted cutscenes.
Yeah.
And it was the first time that Sonic game had done voice cutscenes.
Hmm.
But when it comes to Ian Hanlon's portrayal of Big the Cat, it is, in addition to the alterations to Big's design for this so that give him more emotion and allow him to just have a better resting face, because
Mm-hmm.
there's kind of an uncomfortableness to the way that Big's design can look,
Mm-hmm.
and the Prime version completely sidesteps that and just has redesigned his face to look a lot more. I don't have the words, but I like a lot what they've done, and
Yeah.
the voice as well that Ian Hanlon gives him. In the little bit we heard it, um, just overall, I feel like he has a lot more respect being given to him just from the production level,
Yeah.
and I appreciate that.
Me too.
Ian Hanlon also, though, is Sato the Hedgehog.
Mm-hmm.
Even though neither of these roles have a lot of lines in these first 8 episodes, Sato is definitely the bigger one.
Yeah.
What did you think of Ian Hanlon as Sato, having heard all of him
Yeah.
now?
So at the beginning, I was kind of digging it. It just felt like a really good shadow, like Jason Griffith almost. But like
Mm-hmm.
after that, like I think I kind of get distracted by like the by the material. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but like ultimately, he just sounds like I think this is I'm echoing what you told me the other day. Like it's true. He doesn't sound like this growly monster man. He's just he's a guy.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the big thing that is really good about the performances in general is how they feel in general. The pirate versions are pirate versions,
Yeah,
but in general, at a base level, they feel very natural.
they're not
God,
doing
these
impressions.
these actors are so good.
Yeah.
They just they're so believable and they so in the moment. Like, good lord,
Mm-hmm.
it feels like we are so lucky to have them.
Yeah. Oh man, it's so good.
Um, and Sato has definitely just had mostly sort of fighty dialogue, other than his pleading to Sonic from the void, which
Mm-hmm.
I remember was the first time we heard him in
Yeah.
the crypts and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope he gets to have a wider spread of emotions so that Ian Hanlon can stretch his voice a bit more with Sato,
Yeah.
because Sato just hasn't been given material that has a lot of emotional spread yet. And I
Okay.
think Ian Hanlon might be a really good Sato. I just don't think we've heard a lot
Mm-hmm.
and to really tell too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Ian Hanlon.
Mm-hmm.
We also have Kazumi Evans.
Yeah, who voices all the versions of Rouge.
Ruse Sabat, Rebel Ruse, Primrose, and Baton Ruse.
She's real good.
When I saw Kazumi Evans was casted, I was immediately like, that's Ruse,
Mm-hmm.
and she's going to be great.
And sure enough,
Fair enough.
she's pretty great. She's a really good Rouge, and as far as I know, she isn't a turf. So can we have her for good, please?
Yeah. She does a great job. Again, very naturalistic. You just believe her throughout. She's able to really give off that, like, sort of sultry spy vibe of Ruse, while also having the ability to give this very flat delivery that really hammers home the joke, like when she was like, "You left the door open" in that one
Yeah.
scene that we talked about.
Yeah.
And she's as Ruse is basically that's Ruse. Rebel Ruse also is basically just Ruse as we talked about, and
Yeah.
so we just kind of get more Ruse.
Mm-hmm.
Ruse who's angry more, but still just
Still
Ruse.
Rouge. Yeah.
I didn't like Primrose as a character. I didn't like those episodes.
She was a bad person. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
her
Baton
redemption was not
Rouge,
earned. Yeah.
it was not earned. Yeah, Baton Rouge is a pirate, and it's her doing a pirate voice.
And she was all excited about cleaving their biscuits.
Yeah,
She does like the thumb over her neck.
yeah. She wanted to do some murdering.
Yeah,
Her
like
and
Amy.
Amy.
They should get
very-
together
very
and
fun.
kill people.
With their sword.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This brings us down, though, to the bottom of the list. Vincent Tong.
The good Knuckles voice actor.
Yes, he is Renegade Knucks, Gnarly Knuckles, and Knuckles the Dread. And also, he is Dr. Babble, Dr. Don't, and Dr. Deep. So,
Yeah.
interestingly, every one of the Chaos Council is voiced by a Knuckles voice actor.
Oh, that's right! Oh, wow!
Yeah. I guess just to go through first talking about the lesser roles, Dr. Babble isn't really a role. Anyone could have been the one doing the baby babbles.
Yeah.
Someone had to do it. It was Vincent Tong, making it so that every member of the Chaos Council is voiced by a Knuckles, which I'm okay with.
Also, I wouldn't have expected the same voice of Knuckles to be making those baby sounds. They sounded very babyish.
Very baby. So, honestly, I say anyone could do it. He did a good job. Anyone who does baby noises could have done it. He can do baby noises, and that is
be
a skill.
Knuckles.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to lessen the fact that that is a voice acting skill, and he did it, and he was good at it. They were baby noises. Doctor Don't is the next least the next roll up in terms of importance, starting from the bottom. He does sound like a disaffected teen.
Yep, he sure
He's
does.
got range. I would not have expected that Don't and Deep and Babble were all the same, and I definitely wouldn't have connected them to the Knuckleses.
Yeah. Incredible voice actor, Vincent Tong.
Yeah, he just has a lot of range. Dr. Deep, I don't know why he is a weeb beatnik, but he does the voice.
Yeah. It's a weird character to approach, but he does it.
He does. I never doubt the voice. I'll give him that much. I don't know how to evaluate Dr. Deep in any respect.
Yeah.
But I never felt the voice was wrong, so he must be doing a good job, I guess, when it comes to Dr. Deep. But then we have the Knuckleses, and in particular, Renegade Knuckles.
Who, when we heard him again, we were like, oh, this is much better.
Yeah, and it turns out it's a completely different voice actor.
Yeah, it's just, because Renegade Knucks is just Knuckles.
He's Knuckles, he has a little bit of an accent.
He's a bit of a New Yorker.
Yeah, I guess because he's in New York, but...
He's walking, but it's also kind of New York still.
But then also, Gnarly Knuckles also has the accent?
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's weird.
But the you know, a little bit of accent would, I'll take it. I don't
Yeah.
mind. Knuckles can have a little bit of a New York accent. I don't give a fuck.
It
That's
doesn't
fine.
matter. He does a great job. He sells the emotional beats. He sells the gravity of the situation, and he just steps up to the role like really well, really naturally. It feels like he's been
Yeah.
doing this.
And Knuckles the Dread is Knuckles doing a pirate voice.
Not a lot to say about those pirate voices, and like
It,
between Gnarly Knuckles and Knuckles the Dread, he was not given the best material with the Satanism, but
yeah.
that's the script.
But he did get some good material with Renegade Knuckles, and he did really good there. And I'm sure if he was voicing the regular Knuckles, I would have had a better time in episode 1.
Yeah. Oh gosh, y'all. There was no face cam for when we were first watching that first episode, and my face just scrunched when Knuckles started talking. Just and then scrunched even more when we flash back to them fighting Badniks earlier that day.
Yeah.
It was horrible. But yeah, that's I guess the voice cast.
Yeah.
Overall, there's some like there's a weak link and like some not great performances for certain characters, but like overall, I don't doubt the talent of this cast.
Yeah, like I I want more of these. They are so good. Devin Mack just feels so natural as Sonic. He
Yeah.
I remember something that I was commenting on when we were getting clips and trailers is that when I was hearing him as Sonic, and I tweeted about this, is that when I hear him, I just think that's Sonic. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think, oh, this is this version of Sonic or that version of Sonic. It's just he steps into the role so naturally that I just accept that this is Sonic, and I don't think about or question it because he does Sonic.
He does. And he does it well.
Um, you know, the most that I feel any disconnect from Sonic is that honestly, just from the script, that is not always the best. And I will say about the animation,
Mm-hmm.
they do things with the eyes that Sonic doesn't normally do.
Mm-hmm.
They're very free about how Sonic's face emotes,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and because of that, I do sometimes feel just a disconnect when Sonic's face looks different than I am used to Sonic's face looking.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, that's the only time I feel any kind of disconnect because he just
Devin
does a
Mack
really good job.
really steps up to the plate. But yeah, yeah, so that's the voice acting thoughts. As we're just towards the end here, I'm I'm glad we got to relive the fun times, but I gotta tell y'all, that was an 8 episode long quote unquote season, and I actually kinda just didn't have a great time. There's some resolutions of conflict that ultimately left me feeling better as the show went
Hmm.
on, but like the general like state of the show for the most part wasn't fun for me. I didn't like it a lot.
Yeah, there's something we touched on at a few different points, but with stuff like Shadow just running up and punching Sonic and punching him in the midst of telling him he's not listening, and just like
Mm-hmm.
you know, in general, the way conflict gets handled, it feels very forced and not very natural.
Yeah, and like,
And I don't think I need to explain why forced, contrived by the script feeling conflict doesn't feel great.
I tell you what, y'all. I tell you what. All right. So when it comes to this show, a lot of it is hammering home. Sonic is in out of his depths, in over his head, and he doesn't understand the what's happening around him a lot of the time. And
Hmm.
if only he would listen to the people around him, he would understand better. and he just doesn't listen because he's so hot-headed and all that. But like the thing is, the world we are presented with in this show is not very deep. It's not deep. It's not. There's not a lot going on underneath the surface. It's just kind of
Hmm.
what you see is what you get, and you're not getting a lot. And I tell you what, it just feels like they they have this kind of shallow show, so they have to make Sonic even shallower than itself to compensate and to deliver the vibe of Sonic is really shallow and needs to catch up to the others.
Hmm. Um, there's also just like when it comes to Sonic and how he's scripted, there's various times where he does the thing of like um I don't know how to quite describe it, but remember when he's on the pirate island and
Mm-hmm.
he's begging them to let him come with them and begging them to oh, you can row the boat and all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he's like, he's the terrified guy who's just, oh, I really want to not be in a bad situation.
Right. Yeah, and
Which is a fairly generic thing that characters do in scripts in shows,
yeah.
and it's not Sonic.
So, kind of a elephant in the room here is that this is very like at its best, Sonic in this show resembles the Geek Sonic, and it gets by like that because there is a perception. There's a pervasive perception in Sonic fandom where like people here gotta go fast. They see the games are fast paced, and all that, and they just get the idea that Sonic is this quick tempered, impatient, hot headed character when that's not been the character for years. I think we talked about this on the stream, but
Yeah, we
like,
talked about this,
yeah,
but yeah.
yeah, just it doesn't resemble what Sonic Team Sonic has been over the years. It just kind of it's an early American Sonic, and it's not a good one at that at
Mhm.
times.
Yeah. It's. I think the most unfortunate thing is that it doesn't feel like at times that they've really tuned into a specific character fully for Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of his actions and words do just kind of feel generic.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I don't, we don't know how the rest of this seasons, whatever you want to call it,
Mm-hmm.
we don't know how the remainder of these 24 episodes are going to go.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know whether or not we're going to see some permanent character growth from Sonic that will just sort of get him to where Sonic should be at the beginning, but
Mm-hmm.
arbitrarily isn't.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want to loop back to something I was talking about before
Mm-hmm.
when it was like the basic setup of the show before the Prism Satyrs is that it's basically like the games, but don't worry about all the inconsistencies.
Mm-hmm.
Sonic is probably the biggest inconsistency. Not just because he
Yeah.
doesn't act like he does in the games, but because Sonic is a very experienced, very self-assured character, regardless of which version, really,
Yeah.
except for the movie version, who
Mm-hmm.
is still more immature than this one, which
Yeah.
isn't terribly mature.
Yeah.
Um, and like, it's hard to connect a Sonic who knows who Sato is and knows Ruse
Yeah.
with also being a Sonic who still has a lot of growing up to do.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
and like, it's the kind of thing that like, if you are a child who's not familiar that much with Sonic, it's not going to bug you because you don't have the same context that I, an adult, have.
Yeah. Ah.
But it definitely just ends up feeling weird when Sonic is being presented as being very immature while also trying to be just the status quo of the games very, very vaguely.
Hmm. Yeah. It's all really. We're left with like mixed feelings.
Yeah. Ultimately, I think that overall these 8 episodes were fine. Um, the performances were fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
The writing varied in quality. The overall plot line is
Mm-hmm.
interesting enough.
Yeah.
But then the settings are, we are given 4 different settings. The Green Hill that we don't get to see much of. Um, Pirate Land, which is vapid. Jungle
Mm-hmm.
Land, which is vapid. And the only one that matters for this show, New York City.
Yeah.
And
Part of me just wishes we just did New York City.
yeah, like we're spending all this time in these other places, and like ultimately I figure we're just going to end up mostly experiencing New York
Mm-hmm.
for important things. And at the very least we're going to be mostly experiencing New York characters because the
Yeah.
council is going to be going through the dimensions probably.
Mm-hmm.
Rusty Rose is already, gone in a different dimension.
Yeah, and like at this point, it just feels like the multiverse setting isn't really serving the show very well. Or at least it isn't serving the show better than if we just had the bad timeline happen.
Yeah. And we they might do something with it that makes it feel a bit more, but I don't think it will ever feel totally justified just because of how little work was put into the settings of the
Mm-hmm.
Boss Cove Grove and Nowhere.
Yeah. So that's all we've got. That's 8 episodes. We will get more sometime. They've been very opaque for no real reason, it seems like, and
Yeah,
apparently they're making them still.
last month, somebody who was working on the show posted about a job calling out for animators,
Mm-hmm.
and they were specifically stating that they would be animating Sonic Prime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So production is underway. We have no real way of knowing when the next 8 will be done,
Mm-hmm.
but I assume we will get a release date announcement at some point. It's hard to tell exactly when, like, we know this show took 5 years to come out, but we don't know, like, exactly when they started on animation. And of course, the actual modeling of a lot of things would take up a lot of time and resources, and can't
Mm-hmm.
animate until you have the models. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of things that are we don't know just because like they're behind the scenes. But then there's a lot of things we don't know that it feels like we should probably know, like a general release window, or we should have known that it would have been 8 episodes before the day of,
Mm-hmm.
where because we weren't quite sure right until it happened.
Yeah. I I definitely was hoping for a more like uncomplicated, enjoyed show by this point, but
Hmm.
there are still things to like about it.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I'd put my overall feeling on the show currently at this time with these 8 episodes at more of a below average. But
Hmm.
well, I'm
Um,
not dropping the show in disgust.
yeah. I have several reservations regarding um, insults to fatness, insults to
Mm-hmm.
baldness, and sanism,
Mm-hmm.
which at the same time are no worse, and in some ways significantly better than the average for television and children's television,
Yeah.
which is sad but also true.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think this is a show that kids will probably enjoy at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
It'd probably be a fun enough show for me to watch with my niece.
Mm-hmm.
Um, as it stands for my own enjoyment, there's parts that I like. There's more parts that don't quite appeal to me. Um, and I feel like it is very possible that as the show goes on, I may like it more.
Yeah.
Partly because, um, so the format of this show is that it is a non-stop adventure, um,
Yeah.
which is not my preference.
Honestly,
I prefer shows that are more episodic in nature, where there's like a break time and a status quo and like, you know, a chance to see characters living their lives. I like slice of life stuff.
mm-hmm.
That's not to say that I don't enjoy shows that sort of just go on and on and on and on.
Mm-hmm.
But it is not my general preference.
Yeah, having resolutions at the end of the episode, it really goes a long way in like helping.
Yeah, and like we even if you get a general resolution to an arc, the episode will still always end with when an arc gets resolved, the episode ends with Sonic touching a crystal and teleporting away
Yep.
every time.
And I just it'll probably be an easier sit through for us after we've seen all of it and we have all the context and we
Yeah.
know how it's going to resolve, as opposed to right now as we're watching it when it's ongoing, which is what people are asked to do.
And something I will say is that just being a writer, being someone who's experienced a lot of writing, being someone who's enthused to stories, part of my dislike is just that I don't like the kind of silliness that they do in certain parts.
Yeah.
And something I'm hopeful for, and just something I kind of expect, is that as the show goes on, and as we get closer to whatever their big finale is going to be,
Mm-hmm.
there will probably be less silliness and more just bearing down onto the plot and the action and hopefully the emotion.
Yeah.
Because when they focus on the emotions, that's the best part. The stuff with Nine and recounting his tragic past with Sonic, the stuff with the renegade rebel versions of Knuckles and Rouge, and focusing on when Green Hill was taken over and their sort of commitment to the rebellion, to all that.
Mm-hmm.
That was the best stuff.
Yeah. We'll see what they got for us when the next 8 episodes drop, whenever that happens.
Yeah.
But for now,
And since we won't be having to recap all of the settings and characters, it might take us less than 4.5 hours to review.
hey. Oh, it was actually we're still only 23 minutes past how long it took for us to review Sonic 2. That's an 8 episode TV show, so I think we're making pretty good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sonic Prime. I feel like these episodes could have been better. There's ways it could have been improved.
Mm-hmm.
There's things that didn't need to be the way they were. And ultimately, some of my problems with the show are just that. Freya says, I thought the show was just fine and not much beyond that. And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that it really had the potential to be more.
I thought so too.
And again, the times they focused on the emotions and just various things about it.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like they could have made a really special show, and I don't know, maybe when we see the final 16 episodes, we'll decide for ourselves that they did make a really special show.
Mm-hmm.
But right now it looks like the show they made is just kind of fine, and
Yeah.
we'll see how it goes from here.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that about wraps us up. Um,
Yeah.
thank y'all so much for tuning in. Thank you, Freyo and chat for being in chat. We try to stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays like some days ago, and Thursdays like yesterday. But today we're streaming on Friday because that's how it worked out.
Yeah.
Please feel free to follow us on Twitch, and if you're watching from our YouTube VOD channel, which is linked to on our Twitch profile, please feel free to subscribe, like, or comment on that. Cluster reads the comments.
Yeah.
And also, if you're coming from YouTube and you want to catch us live, the YouTube videos always have the link to the Twitch in the description. So check that out. And tune in next time. But for now, I'm Felicia Rondo. That's Cluster over there.
Hey.
Bye.
Bye-bye. See you.
See ya.